Mic check. Good morning. Happy hump day, everybody. Good to be here. Good to be seen wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. My voice is shot to shit this morning, so I'm gonna do my very best to get through this. That was a lot of talking last night, and my Wednesday mornings are always tough. Thanks everybody who joined us last night during that live. We finally got some debates. I was happy with that. I don't know if everybody was happy. Jen didn't like how late they went, and she had to step in and shut it down. So sorry for anybody who wanted to stay up all night last night. That was Jen's fault. And I'm saying all this before I join the VC where Jen can jump in and defend herself. Now I'm in it. So if she decides to defend herself, she can. But we all saw what happened last night. We all know exactly what happened last night.
Well, someone has to really wrangle you in. Someone has to. Yeah. I guess it might as well be me.
Also, nobody could guess this hat. This is my new favorite hat. I bought this off of Bider's Etsy shop. If anybody likes the music that we played to start the show, that's Bider. And also, this song is Bider.
He's trying to fuck RTP. She'll make him better than a cherry.
All the goodness comes from Bider. If you have music needs, I highly recommend reaching out to my friend Bider. I don't know if he's here right now. He's usually here. Listen, if you want to talk about power couples between Bider and his lovely wife Britt, who put together most of our outline today. Two of the best people you'll ever meet, and talented, extremely talented. So shout out Bider, and the hat's cool. This is I think this is like the old Pistons logo, and then he threw it in. He put his brand in there. It's my new favorite hat. So shout out Bider, and shout out Britt also. Power couple. I do want to say one thing. Admir's bad at moderating. That's fine. Yeah, he doesn't get in the way. I do want to say one thing before we get started. Before we get going on the show. Last night, those debates, I thought the debates were good. They do get a little heated. And I just want to say this, like, there is a certain level of animosity that debaters will bring to me. And I think some of that is warranted. Like, I'll go for the jugular sometimes. Some of the debates last night and some of the anger that you saw had to do with things outside of that debate. There are some hurt feelings amongst people, the MAGA folks, at least some of them, for a myriad of reasons. There's a lot of people who dislike me for different reasons, and that's okay. And I think some of that is fair. I'm not always like the nicest, and I'm kind of like, I talk shit. I'm a little bit of a dick, so I think that that's fair. What I don't like is, and I'll just on a personal level, I don't like at the end of debates when I get DMs from people on the other side of the aisle who are showing me screenshots of our audience harassing them in their comments. I don't like that. I don't like that I have to. I don't like that I have to address it. I don't like that I have to see it. And I don't feel like this is my audience. I don't feel like you guys owe me anything. I don't feel like you represent me. I feel like you represent yourselves, and that's fine. And you're welcome to do anything that you want. I would just say this, that if you're out there sending harassing messages to the people that I debate, like, are you better than the people that we get upset with in the chat? Like, are you handling things better than them? And I would just say, if you're going to reach out to people that we debate, maybe not harassing. Maybe that's not the way to go. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that sometimes, especially TikTok, like, it's a small world. As big of an app as it is, as many users as there are, like the political TikTok is a very small world. We mostly know each other. And so I also recognize that a lot of times I'm debating somebody that you may have seen say like like awful things somewhere else. And so I also understand that some of the anger that comes from the audience side is a direct result of like weeks, months, years of comments that have become incredibly frustrating. So I'm not trying to like tone police or tell you how to live your life. I'm simply saying like I'm not a fan of that. And I some of the messages I saw are fine. Some of them aren't. But I would just say like think about that. If this really is about like if it's really about the ideas and debating the ideas in a public forum, then we have to allow bad ideas to be heard too without being outraged. And if somebody has bad ideas, and look, I'm just gonna say like it's rough to be MAGA right now. It's not easy you don't have any good arguments right now if you're MAGA. Like you really do have to just kind of like tiptoe around the fact that like we're doing fascism light so far, and maybe it's going to move into fascism. It's tough to have good arguments. And so like they're going to lose debates a lot. And it's a pride thing. It's really difficult on a public stage to admit that you were wrong or to change your mind. And rarely does anybody ever change their mind publicly. Like the mind changing usually comes weeks and months. I know that there's a lot of people that don't trust Admir still at this point, but like whatever we want to say about where Admir is, his views have evolved, but it didn't come without him like being crazy a few times. It didn't come without Admir like flying to fight Hog Boss. It didn't come without him like crashing out on lives. That stuff, like that real change, when you get confronted with really uncomfortable truths that challenge your own belief system, a lot of us, like, we just go into fight or flight. And so sometimes what we're seeing is just somebody's reaction to fight or flight, and it's happening publicly, and that escalates the response. It's not a justification for the response, but just like if it really is about messaging, for me, like I don't want to win the debate. I don't want to like win points. I don't want to be like the left owned the right. I legitimately want a couple of things. I want healthcare. I'm really interested in universal healthcare here. I'm really interested in like fixing our broken education system, and I'm really interested in taking care of middle class and poor people and marginalized communities, because I don't believe like as a country we really can look ourselves in the mirror and say this is a good country if we're not willing to like fight for other people that don't hurt us. So I'm just gonna say that I don't mean to preach. You guys do your own thing. I'm saying it publicly. I don't condone or endorse any of your actions. Your actions are your own. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and then we'll move on. I do want to thank Admir. I do see Admir here. I appreciate you hosting last night, and I appreciate all the people who came on to debate. It's I don't know if it's fun. Like I think that a lot of people are nervous to come on and debate. And I don't think I'm like a genius, but I do this for work. So like I have more time to collect more facts. I don't think I'm probably like the funnest person to debate. And so I want more of those debates. I want more open discussion. And if we want to have those discussions, we do have to be careful about the way that we treat people. That's the end of that. All right, now we're going to talk shit about Donald Trump for like 3 hours, and everybody's going to call me a hypocrite. But fuck that guy. You still fuck Donald Trump, though. Fuck that guy. We just say it publicly. Here's the kind of like the breaking story of the day, which ironically enough, I don't remember who it was that somebody we debated last night. We got on the topic of like Fox News covering for Donald Trump and lying for Donald Trump, and how like this idea of like going and watching Fox News and like, well, so many people on Fox said that it was true. Are they lying? Yeah, they're lying. Here's another example of them lying. Here's Trump on January 10th, and the dates are important here. So remember the date, January 10th. Here's Donald Trump being asked about communication with Gavin Newsom.
President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have Los Angeles.
Did I say January 10th? Did I say January 10th? I'm sorry. This is on the 10th. Sorry if I said January. My bad.
Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago.
All right. Innocuous enough. Then Gavin Newsom, and you guys have probably seen it, Gavin Newsom came out and was like, yeah, that's not true. None of that happened. He did not call me. And so here's Fox covering it and Charlie Kirk celebrating this. This is gold. President Trump drops the receipts on his call with Gavin Newsom. Now, for the MAGA in the chat, before we play this video, let's be very clear on what the last video said. That video took place on January 10th, and Trump said, I called him yesterday. The last time I talked to him was yesterday, which would have been January 9th, correct? Correct. I think that's how dates work. Here's Fox News now. Bring in the receipts. Am I saying January again? Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I think it's Jan 6th is stuck in my head. I don't know. My brain's fried. June 10th. Jesus. Bear with me today, folks.
On between Gavin Newsom and President Trump. Gavin Newsom, after President Trump said in the noon hour in the Oval Office that he called him.
Oh, thanks, Johnny, for the super chat. I missed it. I love you, buddy.
Yesterday or the other day. Gavin Newsom tweeted the following. He said, quote, there was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines on our streets doesn't even know who he's talking to. Well, President Trump contacted.
All right, note the date there, too. June 10th. J-U-N is not January. It's June. June 10th. This is Gavin Newsom responding after that press conference on June 10th. June 10th is the date there. And here's Fox News going to now smear him.
Me from Air Force One on his way to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where he'll be in just a little while. He said the first call to Gavin Newsom was not picked up. The second call Gavin picked up. We spoke for 16 minutes. I told him to essentially, quote, and this is quoting the president, get his ass in gear and stop the riots, which were out of control more than anything else. This shows what a liar he is. Said I never called. So here is the evidence.
All right. When did the protest kick off? I should have had this information. Does anybody know the day the protest kicked off? Was it the 8th? Or was it the 9th? Somebody have it? June 6th? Okay, June 6th. Got it. Thank you. So Trump's now calling him a liar, said I never called. Here's the evidence.
And here is the call log that the president sent me from his phone. This was June the 7th. Now, granted, this was on Saturday.
Yeah. Trump said, the question that Trump was asked is, when is the last time you talked to Newsom? He said yesterday. It was the 10th. Newsom responded by saying, that didn't happen. We did not talk on June 9th. Trump now is providing receipts for June 7th. And Fox is still running with Gavin Newsom's a liar.
But look, there's 1:22 o'clock in the morning. Which would have been 10 o'clock at night, 10:22 at night, California time. There was an outgoing call for 4 seconds. And then there was an outgoing call for 16 minutes. So that from the president, which says is proof that he spoke to Gavin Newsom early in the morning, our time, late at night, Friday night, would have been June 6th, I guess, in Los Angeles. So
I want to be clear what the story is here. I'm not shocked, nor do I give a flying fuck that Donald Trump lied. He does it all the time. We're all used to Donald Trump lying. What I'm concerned about is the #1 watched news source running interference again to cover up for a Trump lie. This is how they got sued with Dominion. They don't care about reporting what's true. They only care about defending Donald Trump. He provided them receipts. The receipts show that he's absolutely lying. How is Fox not taking the story and saying, we contacted President Trump. President Trump gave us receipts from a phone call from June 7th. That's obviously not June 9th. We believe that this is a false statement from Donald Trump. That's the news. But if you are Fox News, you're not allowed to insult dear leader. So you have to spin this. You have to figure out a way that Donald Trump saying he called Newsom on the 9th. And by the way, Newsom's claim about the call that happened on the 7th was that it wasn't even about any of the protests, and it wasn't about the National Guard, that he and Donald Trump never spoke about the National Guard. But Trump says this all happened yesterday.
Governor, over to you for the response.
Say that's next, right? We're waiting to see what if Governor Newsom has a response to the president's. Essentially, what he has there is the receipt for what he says is the call that was made.
It's all about the receipt.
Yeah, except for he doesn't, right? He doesn't have the receipt. This is like if you got caught stealing from Walmart and they're like, where's your receipt for the donuts that you have? And you showed them a receipt from 6 days ago for donuts. They wouldn't be like, there you go. I guess you could go now, sir. You did buy donuts 6 days ago.
Conversation, yeah, exactly. In a 16-minute conversation.
It's all about the receipts.
As you mentioned, as things were heating up is the timing of that call, as things were really just beginning to get started. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes.
Dan, as the president.
Yeah. That's an alarming amount of spin out of a news source. Again, not that big of a story. Who fucking cares about the actual story, right? I wouldn't have covered this if Fox News wasn't running interference. If you didn't have Charlie Kirk like mocking Newsom and saying, "Here's the receipts. These guys are fucking dumb." Here is let's see, where's this one? Is this the same video? Let me make sure this isn't the same one. Oh, this is the thread. Yeah, sorry. So here's Matt Gertz. Here's the timeline of how this happened. And if you don't follow Matt Gertz, maybe give Matt Gertz a follow there on, I don't follow Matt Gertz. Son of a bitch. I'll follow Matt Gertz too. I'm going to thread out the very odd sequence of events that led Fox News anchor John Robert, theoretically a straight news guy, to pretend the early hours of June 7th actually happened a day ago in order to avoid pointing out that Trump was wrong about something. A few hours ago at the White House, Trump was asked when he last spoke to Newsom. Trump replied they had spoke a day ago. That's the video we showed you. In response, Newsom denied the call had taken place. He said there was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines onto our streets doesn't know who he's talking to. Trump then called up Fox's Roberts, telling him that Newsom was lying and provided as evidence a call log showing him and Newsom speaking for 16 minutes on June 7th. Sane people will note that Friday night and Saturday morning is not a day ago, but MAGA sycophants are pretending that this supports Trump's claim. Here's Eric Doherty, who is a mess. I don't recommend following Eric Doherty. Breaking new phone log, dispute Gavin Newsom's lie. The President Trump never called, and this was obtained by John Roberts directly from President Trump's phone. There was no call, not even a voicemail. Newsom said the log shows the date and time. Yeah, it does show the date and time. This is the world that we live in with MAGA right now. They do not live in the same reality. Well, that's how we ended the show yesterday, of saying, like, I'm not really sure what to do when these folks live in a different reality. Again, is this a massive story? Not because Trump lied. This actually has very little to do with Donald Trump or Gavin Newsom. And I saw somebody saying, like, this is going to set up Newsom to run in 28. Maybe, maybe not. Probably. You're probably right. But only if we give that oxygen. I think that the part of this that is disconcerting or gives me pause is how blatantly Fox is able to lie to their viewers and nobody cares, and people retweet it and people repost it, and they're just going on about their day with this idea in their head that Gavin Newsom lied, Trump told the truth, and he proved it. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't know how you coexist with people who, when confronted with a lie and you show them the lie, they double down on it. I don't remember who we talked to yesterday, like just trying to get somebody to admit that, like, January 6th was worse than what's happening in LA. No chance. I think that might have been Scott. Like, getting them to admit that everybody who crossed a barrier that day should have been, by their logic, should have been jailed and I guess not deported, but should have been jailed, locked up. Right? Like, why is it that if you cross a barrier into this country, suddenly you should be hunted down? But if you cross a barrier, a legal barrier to the Capitol, it's fine. And then if you beat up police on the way, they shouldn't have been standing there. It's a weird problem we have, and I can sympathize with the MAGA people on the right if they're dealing with leftists who say, like, there's no violence happening in Los Angeles. I could sympathize with that. There's certainly some violence. It's last I saw 200 plus arrests. I've seen some pretty unwarranted arrests as well of people that weren't committing violence. But that's where we're at. Gertz then says, this put John Roberts in a bind. Trump had given him exclusive access to evidence conclusively disproving his claim. He solved the problem by lying, saying that Trump had initially said he spoke to Newsom yesterday or the other day. They just changed the language. They just lie for him. It's a remarkable sign of how much propaganda is baked into the Fox News cake, even in news hours, even from purported journalists. They know their viewers don't want to hear that Trump is wrong, so they just lie to them about it. I think that's another important part. This was during a news hour. This isn't Tucker Carlson. This isn't Sean Hannity. These aren't personalities doing what I do. I wouldn't call what I do news, right? Like opinion. This was from their news hour. So they're lying on their news hour. Last one. And then here's Peter Doocy just trotting out the same line in front of the White House.
The nationwide ICE raids are going to continue despite recent unrest. The National Guard and Marine units that are being sent to California are going to stay there until the danger subsides. And President Trump's feud with Gavin Newsom is still running pretty hot.
A day ago, called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death.
President Trump said he called him a day ago. Almost immediately, Newsom disputed that, writing on X, there was no call, not even a voicemail. Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines onto our streets doesn't even know who he's talking to. But then, from aboard Air Force One, the president passed our colleague John Roberts this screenshot of an iPhone call log showing 2 calls early June 7th, that's Saturday, including one that...
How is this not... Like, I can't believe this news segment isn't... Well, it turns out maybe, like, at best, they could just say Trump misspoke. They could be like, well, maybe Trump forgot what day he made that call. That's how I would spin it if I was them. I wouldn't just, like, blatantly lie. I wouldn't call Gavin Newsom a liar. If we're looking at just the facts here, which one of them told the truth, which one didn't? Did Donald Trump tell the truth? He did not. Did Gavin Newsom? He did. And yet, MAGA's like, fuck Gavin Newsom. Fuck that guy. Fox News is like, Gavin Newsom lied. Just factually here, whether you care or not. One person told the truth, one person didn't. Whatever that excuse might be, why the fuck is a news organization trotting this out and trying to spin it like Trump told the truth? Why? Because of you. It's because of you guys. Because you guys are obsessed. And you're not allowed to talk about Dear Leader in negative ways. And if you do talk about Dear Leader in negative ways, OAN and Newsmax and Steve Bannon and Alex Jones and Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk and Benny Johnson, they're all willing to lie. They're all willing to do the stuff Trump wants them to do. Lie for me, please. They're like, yeah, dude, we literally don't have morals. We took money from Russia. You think we give a fuck? We will say anything for money.
Ran 16 minutes from the president to Newsom. Now attention is turning to the possibility of protests at this weekend's big...
All right. Where's the Sharpie when he needs it? Why didn't Trump Sharpie up there? That's you could have turned that into a 9 pretty easy with a Sharpie, Mr. Trump. You coward. Where's the old Trump? He's slipping. The old Trump would have marked that up. I don't like the new Trump. He's slipping. All right. I think we're done with that story. Gavin Newsom then yesterday he gave a speech to the people of Los Angeles. I do want to watch it. It's 8 minutes. I'm sorry, but I do think it's important to see the difference between the rhetoric here, and we got to figure out, like, I guess for me, and I hope Republicans, if you're here, I hope you're willing to come up today. I don't really think it's that important to preach. I don't think there's a whole lot that I can say. The truth of what's happening in Los Angeles is obvious. To anybody who's watching, this is a pretty, like, clear-cut story. There were protests in Los Angeles. They're upset about the presence of ICE. The voters of Los Angeles have voted to be a sanctuary city. So that population used their states' rights, brother, and they used their democracy, brother, and they voted to be a sanctuary city. That's the will of the people. And so Gavin Newsom, in respecting that, basically told those protesters that, yeah, like, you can't interfere with law enforcement. And if you do, we'll send the police. And they had the police. And then Donald Trump said, I want to send the military. And he's like, no, dude, we don't need to inflame that. We don't need to inflame things. I'm not calling on the military. We're good. And everything was under control. As soon as Trump made the announcement that the National Guard was coming in, all of a sudden, you started seeing people who have decades of experience with the police, and then you also have the rioters and the looters and people that take advantage of every protest. They start seeing like, oh, here's an opportunity for me to break the law under the guise of protest, and so they show up, and suddenly you have a situation that's entirely, one, predictable, and two, escalated. And for a president, for somebody who's running our country, surrounded by military generals and intelligence agents who should know the history of our country, you should know that that action alone was going to escalate tensions. And you're sending them in a way that they're not allowed to do any police work. They're going to protect government buildings. Nobody was attacking the government buildings, right? You had people outside the gates of detention facilities, I guess, if you're going to say that. And in which case the National Guard could sit back there and protect the facility, but the facilities, from what I saw, were not under attack. So we just have an entire situation that was escalated. And then the small amounts of crime that have happened, and it's not a massive amount of crime. From what I can see, there's obviously been property damage to police cars. There were the Waymo cars that were lit on fire, which is crazy, by the way. Don't light electric. First of all, don't burn people's cars. But also, if you're going to burn a car, maybe not an electric vehicle. The explosion from those can be absolutely catastrophic. You've seen some looting, but all of this just happened because whatever you want to say about Newsom, I don't know a lot about him. I'm comfortable saying he has an ego. I think he does. I think his podcast is proof of that. And I do think that he enjoys standing up to Trump. He enjoys right now being like the hero of this story. He's still right. And I think sometimes I get frustrated with the debate of like, oh, well, he's an egomaniac and Trump is an egomaniac. I don't fucking care. Who's right? He's right. He was correct. He said if you bring in the National Guard, it'll escalate tensions. He was right. We've got to be able to call balls and strikes. We have to stop pretending like we say this is a dick measuring competition, and maybe it is, but somebody's still right here, and it's him. And Trump is wrong. But because you guys aren't allowed to say that, you're not allowed to criticize him. You take all of that anger and that hatred that comes from having to defend a fucking psychopath, and you project all of that onto Gavin Newsom. But he did the right thing. He did what his constituents want. He did what the city of Los Angeles wanted, and he did everything he could not to escalate tensions. And then Trump escalated the tensions.
A few words about the events of the last few days. This past weekend, federal agents conducted large-scale workplace raids in and around Los Angeles. Those raids continue as I speak.
Gremlin, I don't know. I think those were fireworks, the ones you're talking about, shooting into the ICE headquarters in LA. If I don't know, I've seen people shooting fireworks. I don't know if that was even the ICE detention center. But again, that all happened after. That didn't happen before. And by the way, you have local police to take care of that. They didn't need the National Guard. What is the National Guard doing, honestly? Are they stopping the violence? They're not. They're not even allowed to stop the violence. Unless Trump invokes the Insurrection Act, they're not allowed to do any sort of police work. So they're just there. So even if you say like, oh, well, there was attacks, they're still not fixing that. They're not allowed to step in and do anything about that. They're just standing there on guard.
California is no stranger to immigration enforcement, but instead of focusing on undocumented immigrants with serious criminal records and people with final deportation orders, a strategy both parties have long supported, this administration is pushing mass deportations, indiscriminately targeting hardworking immigrant families, regardless of their roots or risk. What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning,
and that's really the point. That's a good point by Newsom. Smart of him to talk about the workers, because if you were going in and you were just rounding up criminals, nobody would say anything about this. That's what you promised us you were doing. This is what you voted for, folks. You on the right, you voted for rounding up criminals specifically. And when Trump and Republicans were asked, like, are you just going to go through the city and you're just going to round people up? And they said, no, we're going to target like violent criminals. And they're not doing that. And I covered this yesterday. I do think it's because ICE is full of a bunch of pussies. I think they're just pussies. Like, well, we don't want to get into a real fight, so we're going to go track down like working moms instead. I I mean, if anybody's a member of ICE, you want to come talk about how you're not a pussy, let's talk about it. But it just seems like you guys are pussies. And so you're going after the people that you know won't hurt you.
Federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot. They began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken, families separated, friends quite literally disappearing. In response, everyday Angelenos came out to exercise their constitutional right to free speech and assembly, to protest their government's actions. In turn,
no, nobody voted for this. You're lying. This is the problem with all of you. You're all lying. You couldn't have voted for this because they didn't tell you they were going to do this. You see what I mean? Like, this is why we say it's a little culty. Because whatever he does, you're going to claim you voted for it. You didn't vote for this. Or you just knew that he was lying at the time. Somehow you knew that he was lying about who he was going to target, right? You didn't fucking vote for this. You're lying. You're just all fucking liars. Every last one of you are fucking liars because you don't want to ever admit that Donald Trump is a crazy person. But you're just lying. And everybody here knows it. And you know it too. You do. You just, whatever he does is okay. If police came in right now and they arrested me and on live, and they were like, "What?" And I said, "Why are you arresting me?" And they said, "Because you called ICE bitches." Most of you would support it. You'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you had it coming. You really shouldn't call ICE bitches." Honestly, I think most of you would. I mean, look, everybody who's saying we voted for this, why don't you just yeah, there's the list. There's the list of people that none of you should take seriously. I voted for something that they didn't tell me they were going to do. No, you're full of shit. All of you. All of you are full of shit. And once again, want to point out to everybody here, cowards stay in the comments. Cowards live in the comments. And they all know that if they came up here and I asked them to cite when Donald Trump said they were going to do this, they wouldn't have a citation for it. So that's why they're going to stay in the comments today. Because ICE isn't the only one who are a bunch of bitches.
the state of California and the city and county of Los Angeles sent our police officers to help keep the peace. And with some exceptions, they were successful. Like many states, California is no stranger to this sort of unrest. We manage it regularly and with our own law enforcement. But this, again, was different. What then ensued was the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, rubber bullets, federal agents detaining people and undermining their due process rights. Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk.
What's the counter argument to that from the Republican? What is the counter argument to Donald Trump inflamed? That Donald Trump went around the Constitution and around the wishes of the state and inflamed. What's the counter argument to that? I think your counter argument is we don't care, right? Let's just be clear, like that's got to be the counter argument. We don't care. Amy Lynn said, can you explain what a sanctuary city means? Many think it means the city harbors undocumented. No, I mean, it depends on like what, how you label yourself a sanctuary city, right? There's not one definition of sanctuary city. Let me see when Los Angeles declared themselves a sanctuary city. Each city can do it differently. But essentially it's saying like, we'll take care of people. It has policies that they put in place that like limit their cooperation with, say, ICE or immigration, DHS, and they say like they won't use their police force or resources, fire department, to go help ICE and DHS do their immigration activities, which is fine, by the way. I like that. I actually think all cities should be sanctuary cities. I don't like there should be a separation between federal law enforcement and state law enforcement. That's what a sanctuary city is. Again, yeah. No, there's no such thing as like a sanctuary city. This is what's crazy. Every city that declares themselves a sanctuary city, especially if they voted on it, there's like clear definitions of what they will and will not do. What you guys think it is that it's like it's inviting anybody who's here illegally to come in, and they get all these handouts because that's what you're told. Because again, everything that you're told about us is made to make you feel like we're crazy. But all it really says is like a sanctuary city is basically just there's a separation between state and federal law enforcement. We're not going to participate in federal law enforcement. If federal law enforcement's going to come here, we're not going to participate. That's essentially what a sanctuary city is. But if you watch Fox News, or if you're a right winger, you've been told that a sanctuary city is something entirely different, that it's just free handouts, that it's free phones, it's free food, it's free hotels, it's no work, it's access to Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid. Again, like I already showed you guys Fox News. If you're still listening to Republicans tell you what liberals believe, like you deserve to be that stupid. It's not what we believe. That's not what LA voted for. They're doing exactly what the people voted for. They don't want law enforcement to help ICE do ICE things. And by the way, like, when did you guys become like pro ICE? Remember when Trump ran in 2016 and he was eviscerating Jeb Bush, and he was eviscerating things like the Patriot Act, and Republicans were like, fuck the Patriot Act, fuck big government. And now you guys are you're like making the Patriot Act stronger. You're just doing the Patriot Act. I'm gonna tell you a story later today about airlines selling the data to our federal government. We've got a police state with Palantir. We have the federal government in our streets conducting law enforcement, and you're like, harder on the police state, please. More government. Give me all the big government we can possibly have.
That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president?
Sorry,
he did
I'll answer that question. Somebody said, what constitutional law did Trump break? It's 10 USC 12406. You'll see here the president is unable with regular forces to execute laws of the United States. The president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to repel the invasion, suppress the rebellion, or execute those laws. Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states. It was not issued through Newsom. That's the law he broke. Also, in order for him to even do this, the United States has to be invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. And this part's important because what Republicans are doing, and this is what Mike Johnson did, is he's like, oh, we are invaded. It doesn't say invaded just with any, like if people come. Has to be a foreign nation. You would need evidence that a foreign nation is invading us by people coming from a foreign nation. It's not an invasion. Or if there's a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Nobody is rebelling against the authority of the government of the United States. In fact, what they're rebelling against is the overstep of the authority of the government of the United States, where they are conducting traffic stops, where they're involved in traffic stops, where where they're arresting people without warrants. None of any of this qualifies for Trump sending in the National Guard. But yeah, but you don't care about that, right? We don't care about that. Federal government doesn't pay for these services. Federal government wants assistance to arrest or investigate immigrants. They must get a warrant. Exactly. Great point. Okay. Let me read some comments too. Admir said, Pops cooked you. He did. Pops got me. Carry Me said, always speaking truth and facts. Thank you. Did I get all that? Let me check the super chats from Jen. Danielle said, not sure if it's been said, but what's the difference between black-eyed peas and chickpeas? Black-eyed peas can sing us a song. Chickpeas can hum us one. Can hum us one. I like that. Did I see the racist in the NASCAR race yesterday? I did not. Jen, will you send me that? I don't know if you have that, Alex, the NASCAR race thing. I didn't see that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but Jen can probably find it or send it to her. I'm not scrolling to see positive comments, you dumb shit. These are super chats. I'm scrolling through my Discord where Jen posts them. I know you guys are outraged today. You came in today full of hate. It's nice to have all you Republicans here, though. It helps us in the algorithm.
On purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety.
They're in every NASCAR race. That's a good point.
Family and friends ramped up. Protests started again. By night, several dozen lawbreakers became violent and destructive. They vandalized property. They tried to assault police officers. Many of you have seen the video clips of cars burning on cable news. If you incite violence, I want to be clear about this. If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. Already more than 220 people have been arrested, and we're reviewing tapes to build additional cases, and people will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
We got a problem with that, Republicans? I mean, it sounds like the governor here is saying that we're going to prosecute. Remember, who was it yesterday? One of the people that was on yesterday was like, Gavin Newsom said that he wasn't going to prosecute these people, and we looked everywhere. I spent like 10 minutes looking for that story. I think what you meant is that they will be prosecuted. That seems to be what he's saying here.
Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement. We honor their service. We honor their bravery.
All right, that's enough of Newsom. I mean, what are you guys watching? What are you Republicans watching right now where you say like Newsom didn't do anything? He sent in the police. He sent in LAPD. I believe the sheriff's office was on standby. They were on their way. And in fact, the police, they were trying to get in there, and the police kept getting slowed by all the problems that National Guard was causing. So I don't know what you guys are watching. I don't know what it seems like you don't care about any of this stuff. It seems like you just want to criticize the left no matter what and worship Donald Trump no matter what. If he does something unconstitutional, it's okay. It was warranted. If he does something illegal, it's okay. It was warranted. If the thing he does that's unconstitutional and illegal did nothing but inflame. And by the way, I'd like to point out one more time, the National Guard, what have they done? If you guys are if you're so pumped about the National Guard being there, tell me what they've accomplished since they've been there. What did they do? If you're going to tell me that the riot stopped, that had nothing to do with them. They're not allowed to police. They're not allowed to act as police officers. So what did they do? How much funding did California cut from law enforcement? I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, like the places that you guys will go. Like, it's just, do you ever get tired of it just like talking point after talking point after talking point? Have you ever had a conversation about any of this? Tell me, what did the National Guard do? What did they do? We're not going to talk about people doing their hair when you're a Donald Trump supporter, please. At least Gavin Newsom isn't covering up a massive bald spot. Let's not talk about how long it takes people to get ready when this bitch takes 45 minutes to do his hair and makeup every day and then throws on a girdle, a diaper, apparently a catheter now, paints his fucking face orange and goes out. We don't get to make fun of Gavin Newsom's appearance if we're not going to make fun of Trump's appearance, okay? It's not. I don't think that's very fair. Look, I don't really like this. If we're being honest, I don't like it. But it is good trolling. Here's what Gavin Newsom's office has put out.
A once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion. and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored. The illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
You guys love authoritarian. Like, it's crazy. You guys love authoritarianism so bad. There's like that group of people on TikTok that run around. They all change their name to superheroes. Remember that group? They're mostly gone now because they all ate each other. Because that's what happens on the right. You wind up just like infighting. It's ironic that you guys watch this. Like, you're all in every movie. Like, Trump is the bad guy. Every single movie, just authoritarian, strong police state, like government overreach, and you guys fucking live for it while also claiming that you're like, we're the party of freedom. No, you're not. You're the party of a fucking police state. And I think that most of you are just like cowards. That's what I think. I think you're afraid. I think that you're fed like a steady diet of fear every day. They just show you like immigrants committing crime every day, and you sit in your house and freak the fuck out. And it seems none of you go outside. In fact, I'll show you some videos here later of like LA. LA is fine. Most of the people in LA don't even know that like there's protests going on. It's a massive city. It's fine. They did a Disney movie premiere last night in downtown LA. No problems. Disney's just like, yeah, no problem. There's no problems in LA right now, like you guys. Like, Trump is literally saying LA is burning to the ground, and we saved LA from burning to the ground, and none of you laughed at him. How do you take somebody seriously that says that? LA was burning to the ground, and if the National Guard wouldn't have got there, it would be all ashes. And you guys don't laugh. You're like, yeah, that fucking checks out. It fucking checks out. You're the dumb ones. You're the dumb ones in every movie. You're the ones that, like, everybody's like, you'll see. They're like, why don't you just do what daddy government tells you to do? Why can't we all just follow the rules of daddy government? And you get mad. By the way, just a reminder, see that blue V above my head, and there's a username JenDub1. If any of you aren't little bitches, you can message Jen on Discord. I'll bring you up on the show. You can come up here, you can talk, you can use all your talking points on the show. We'll have a discussion. You don't have to like sit in the comments. And also stop threatening to block me. You're on my channel. That's like the 10th Republican who's like, I'm blocking you. You don't have to be here. You chose to be here. You chose to write. I didn't invite you. You're not forced to be here. It's YouTube. You can just go somewhere else. Why are you threatening to block me? You showed up here. You are the invasion. Amy said, you mean Gavin isn't going to be so pro law enforcement he pardons them? He should. Oh, Alex was joking about the racist. I forgot. Oh, that's right. Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot last night when Pop said that a racist is a race car driver. I think I said racist. He's like, oh, so I'm good at driving cars? I was like, what? He's like, that's what a racist is. It's a race car driver. I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that. God damn, the YouTube chat is fired up today. We got a lot of people in their feelings. Buckle up, bitches. It's not going to get better. I'm going to piss you off the whole fucking day, so buckle up, but thanks for being here. Okay, I'm going to skip that. I want to talk about the big, beautiful bill, and I want to start off by this clip. This was Representative Johnson discussing the big, beautiful bill with the only person that has any economic sense in the Trump administration, Scott Bessent. And the problem Scott Bessent has is he's a little too honest, and Scott Bessent is a little too intelligent, and he's forced to defend a really stupid bill. And this is what happens when you ask Scott Bessent a tough question, and Scott Bessent, he has to answer because he does have a little integrity. I'm just going to go out there and say he's the only person in this administration that I find palatable at all, and that's saying a lot. But for a reminder for everybody who's not here every day, Scott Bessent, who is in charge of Trump's economic policies, his number one advisor, he's trained by George Soros. He is a 1%er, an elite rich guy that spent most of his career working as George Soros' right-hand man. And Trump has him as his #1 economic advisor. And you guys you're just going to ignore the fact that the deep state, the elites, are running your party, and they just keep telling you that they're not, and you're too fucking stupid to be like, oh, okay. They're like, we're for you. Here's another billionaire we're trotting out that worked for George Soros. And you're like, yeah, well, Trump said he's for us, so these must be like the good deep staters. These are the good globalists. These are the good elites. This is the good side of George Soros.
Mr. Secretary, can you point to one independent study, one study performed by an expert PhD economist who is not on the payroll of this administration that says that this legislation will not add to our national debt?
Well, Congressman, if...
Yes or no? Can you point to one?
If we want to look at the CBO...
No, I'm not asking you, is there an independent expert that you can point to that says that this bill will not add to our national debt? Yes or no?
Yes.
There is?
Yes.
What are they?
Art Laffer.
Pardon me?
Art Laffer.
Art Laffer? Great. That I don't think that one counts.
Listen, there's a reason everybody in that room just laughed when he used the name Art Laffer. There's a reason. Art Laffer is the epitome of trickle-down economics. And Art Laffer is one of the few people who's been allowed to experiment with supply-side economics and trickle-down economics. And Art Laffer has been laughed out of conservative states, thrown out of conservative states for fucking them over by doing his Laffer economics. If you've heard of the Laffer curve, I'll explain it in a minute. He was the key behind both the Bush tax cuts and the Trump tax cuts. And if you know anything about our deficit, it's like 54% of our deficit, or our debt is from the Bush tax cuts and the Trump tax cuts. Over half of it comes from these two people who listened to Art Laffer. That's why people in here are laughing. Art Laffer is a joke amongst Republican economists. He's like
Mr.
everybody in the world has
one
laughed.
Independent study.
He's doing that fucking weird thing again where it starts playing before I can exit a video. Let me tell you a little bit more about Art Laffer. Here is Art Laffer explaining. This was in like 2020, and Trump said he looked like he was 45. I'll show you a video. Just in a minute, I'm going to show you a video of Trump saying that Art Laffer looks 45. Clearly dyes his hair. If he's 45, if he looks 45, like I'm worried about what I'm going to look like at 45. That's going to be tough. Here's him explaining what the Laffer curve is.
So you asked me, what is the Laffer curve? Now, in all honesty, the Laffer curve, as you may see, is my profile, but no, it's not. The Laffer curve is the relationship between tax rates and total tax revenues. And by the way, I did not name it the Laffer curve, and it's been around for centuries and centuries. In fact, the first reference to it I really know is in the Muqaddimah. In 1381, Ibn Khaldun described it this way: at the beginning of dynasties, tax rates are low and revenues are high. At the end of dynasties, tax rates are high and revenues are low. That's the sort of logic behind it. But let me, if I can, say, how much would you work if you were taxed at 100%? So that every time you go to the office, instead of getting a check, you get a bill. Obviously, you wouldn't work at all, and there'd be no work, but also the tax.
Not I mean, most people would just be taken out of your check, but good point. If you were taxed at 100%, you probably wouldn't work. Literally every economist in the world agrees with that. The reason Art Laffer starts there at 100% is this is like the absurdity argument that Republicans always do. They give you this absurd position that nobody holds so that the next thing that they say sounds better. Nobody has ever said, let's have 100% taxes. Nobody. There's no ideology I know of that taxes at 100%. I've never heard an economist say, let's tax at 100%. Nobody has ever made that claim. he only starts there so that the rest of his claims don't sound so stupid. It's the absurdist way of the Republicans. Create this hypothetical world that you think your opposition, or I guess the people who vote for you are too dumb to check out or too lazy to check out. Pretend the opposition takes this extreme position and then argue your position as if it's like in comparison to that extreme position. But nobody has ever advocated for 100% taxes, ever.
Tax revenues would be zero. Now that's this point right here on the Laffer curve. At 100% tax rates, no one will find there's any.
That's a good point. No, conservatives in the South, pre and a little bit post Civil War, they did actually argue for 100%. You're right. That's just slavery.
Incentive whatsoever to work. They won't work, and tax revenues will be zero as well. Now, as you start lowering tax rates to 99, to 98, to 97, somewhere along the line, all of a sudden you're going to find it worthwhile to start working, and you're going to see revenues starting to rise. The other point of the Laffer curve that's fixed is at zero tax rates.
I'm really interested. I'm really excited for all the Republicans here that are like, this guy knows his shit. He's spitting facts. Just wait to see what happens. If I were a Republican right now and I'm just trying to help, I would shut the fuck up during this video. I would be very quiet during this video because unfortunately for you guys, this guy has been able to try what he believes in, and it, spoiler alert, it went badly, very fucking badly. When you hear this and you say he's spitting facts, it's because you don't understand economics and you have been fed this idea that like, if something makes sense in my head, it's common sense and therefore it's good. In practice, sure, anybody can pitch something and say like, this is how it works. In practice, this Laffer curve never works.
At zero tax rates, if there are no taxes, of course the government's not going to collect any revenues. We're going to have a lot of output, employment, and production, but there'll be no revenues, and that's this point down here. And again, at this point, if they start raising tax rates, as they start raising tax rates, what you're going to find is the revenues are going to increase, but they will increase at slower and slower rates, and these two curves will come at a point, the maximum point out here. Now, the key thing about the Laffer curve that makes it fairly interesting for politicians is to remember it's a pedagogic device, not an explicit measure of any one country. But what it does show you is that there are two tax rates that give the same amount of revenue.
Let me show you the number one problem with the Laffer curve and the number one problem with conservative economics. What matters to you economically? I'll ask the Republicans. Economically, what's important to you? When you say, like, I'm voting for Republican tax policy, what's important to you? I'm going to guess that what's important to you is that you get to keep more of your money, right? And that you make more money. And that taxes aren't a way for you to make less money, right? Is that fair? Is that a fair, like, encapsulation of what your belief system is when it comes to taxes? You would like the government to tax you the least amount possible so that you can keep the most amount of your money. Is that fair? I feel like that's probably a fair thing. The person in this video is Art Laffer. He is the person that Scott Bessent just said is the only economist who says that the big beautiful bill will not cost the American taxpayer money. Okay. The problem that we have here is he is talking about tax rate and revenue. What we know about revenue is that revenue is not a good indicator of economic health of a country. It's the distribution of revenue. The total amount of revenue is fucking irrelevant. Because if that total amount of revenue is split up between a handful of people, most people don't benefit from it, right? That's what you see in Russia. In Russia, these companies and the government, they own like most of the revenue. And the workers get dick. And so they just basically live paycheck to paycheck their whole life. They don't own land. They don't own houses. They don't have assets. They're just workers. And a handful of oligarchs keep the majority of the wealth. So the problem with the Laffer curve, which has been pointed out for decades, but again, like, Republicans just like something simple. They like something that they can like repeat, and they like seeing pictures. And so you can't do like a complex economic model for Republicans. It has to be dumbed down to this: revenue versus tax rate. Revenue does go up. Oftentimes revenue does go up if you lower taxes. depending on where the tax rate is. But it can go up. The problem is, where does it go? When revenue goes up, do people proportionately benefit from that? No, not even close. If you look at revenue by Jen, will you find this while we're going? What I want to look at is the share of revenue by like tax bracket since 1982 or 1980, and you'll see that the percentage of revenue by the 1% is steadily growing by percentage. Like, they keep way more of the revenue. They're giving less and less revenue to the workers, but they tell you that this is good. And they convince you, like, oh, if we cut taxes, you'll keep more of your money. Even if that's true, even if you keep more of your money, if you have wealth inequality, the price of goods go up, the cost of living goes up. It doesn't matter if you kept more money. You can afford less. And the stark reality is, since 1982, the middle class in America progressively is being able to afford less, especially in comparison to the 1%. So when you're looking at an economic system and you're trying to decide, like, what's the best way forward for our country, I think, and I don't think this is crazy, that our number one objective should be how do we create a system where revenue is shared across the board in an equal way? What kind of incentives and economic structures should we put in place that make sure that revenue isn't hoarded by a tiny percentage of people? And that's what the Laffer curve never addresses. It's just revenue and tax rate. And Laffer, all his friends that love the Laffer curve, it's just the rich guys. They love it. They're like, look at this. We get to keep more money. We get more revenue. Nobody ever worries about you in the middle class, especially on the right. They never give a fuck about you. That's why they're trotting out a dipshit like Art Laffer.
There's a high tax rate and a low tax rate. No country should ever want to be in that high tax rate range. I mean, why would you ever want a tax at this point, where if you lowered tax rates, you collected more money and you have more output, employment, and production? So this is the Laffer curve, which really brings together the debate about taxes. There are two effects taxes have on revenues. Number one, which we call the arithmetic effect. If you raise tax rates, you do collect more revenue per dollar of tax base. That's the arithmetic effect. But there's also the economic effect, which if you increase tax rates, you reduce the attractiveness of doing the activity, and you will shrink the tax base.
Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? See, this is a feeling. He went through just the economic output.
Together,
here.
The debate about taxes. There are
two
two
effects.
effects taxes have on revenues. Number one, which we call the arithmetic effect.
Math. We have the math. Math.
If you raise tax rates, you do collect more revenue per dollar of tax base.
So what he's saying is that if you raise taxes, you do collect more money. Okay. And that's just math, right? So on the one side of the argument is math, which is a pretty good argument. I think if you're on the side of math, that's a good argument.
That's the arithmetic effect. But there's also the economic effect, which if you increase tax rates, you reduce the attractiveness of doing the activity.
Now on one side you have math, and on the other side you have this feeling of reducing the appeal of the activity. That's just hypothetical gobbledygook. That's nothing. That means absolutely fucking nothing. This is the problem with right-wing economics. You're arguing like, you can either use math or you can use your feelings. And in this case, with the Laffer curve, we're going to use our feelings. I have faith. Jen, this is almost done, and then go ahead.
And you will shrink the tax base. These two effect wins, and you get more revenue. Tax rates, you actually get less revenues because you do more and more damage to the tax base.
That's true. You do often see less revenues, but does more revenue help you? It does not. We have historically high revenues. Revenues have never been higher in America, and yet the middle class, since the Depression, has never been in a worse position. So if this shit works, every year since trickle-down economics started, we what do you say? Arithmetic, yeah. ever since we've done trickle-down economics, revenues have gone up. Share of revenue hasn't. The ability to live off of your salary has gone down. The middle class is never since the Great Depression has the middle class been unable to afford like an emergency expense. This is the worst it's been. That's the point with the Laffer curve. The shit doesn't work. It's a pipe dream. It's a hope, and nobody even takes Laffer seriously anymore. In fact, he was basically cooked until Trump brought him back in in his first administration to do the tax cuts. Everybody's like, "What the fuck? We're bringing Art Laffer back? How the fuck?" He fucked up Kansas so bad they shipped him out of the country. He became an ambassador to like Kyrgyzstan. I don't know, some country. They just got him the fuck out of here. And everybody is like, oh, thank God we got rid of him. And then Trump comes into office. He's like, I like this Art Laffer guy. He's going to let me cut taxes for my billionaire friends. Go ahead, Jen.
So I sent you some things for what you were asking. I don't know if it's what you were looking for, but we also have someone waiting in the BC.
Okay.
But before we get to that, do my announcements. So we've got about 2.5 hours left of the show. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So if you're looking at so if you guys could help knock that out, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards knocking down that remaining balance. So if you guys could help us do that, we would greatly appreciate it. Also, like Jay mentioned, and just like the person who's waiting right now, if you'd like to come up and talk in real time, how you do that is if you look at that Venmo username, that's the same as my Discord username. You can send me a message on Discord, and I can bring you on to talk in real time. So if you haven't already subscribed, you can do it in all of the places wherever you're watching, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. You can subscribe to us. That helps support us as well. If on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. If you've used a Prime sub before, you might want to double check that it didn't expire. That doesn't auto-renew. So you have to do that each month, unfortunately. On YouTube, you can subscribe for free, but we also have 4 different memberships if you'd like to support us that way. And also check out our link tree in the bio for the other social media platforms we're on and our merch. So my neighbor told me that he was scared to plant an apple tree.
Okay.
I told him to grow a pear.
Stupid. I liked that one. I had a pear tree growing up. All right, I'll jump in there. If you have a preference.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's up to you, man. You're good, man.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just call you Jess. What's on your mind?
Oh man, you're saying that the billionaires is on Trump's side. The billionaires is on Trump's side.
Excuse the what?
Well,
wait, the what is on his side?
The billionaires.
The billionaires. Okay. I don't know if I said that. I think what I said is he's filling his cabinet full of billionaires.
Was it? Then few for comment. Yeah, I mean Elon Musk, but besides that, we not
Linda McMahon.
Not
What about her? What about Linda McMahon?
I don't know who that is. So
she's the education secretary. She's the wife of Vince McMahon, who they own the WWE.
Oh.
There's 13 billionaires in Trump's cabinet.
You know, I mean, there was a bunch in Harris too. So
there was what?
There was a bunch in Harris too.
Well, Harris wasn't president, but there were 0 billionaires in the Biden administration.
The Biden administration, but even more billionaires supported Harris than Trump did.
Yeah, but they're not running the government, so I wasn't really worried about that. People can support whoever they want. I'm not worried about who's supporting who. I'm worried about who's being given positions to run the country.
Well, no, if you supporting someone, you're expecting something in return. No,
maybe, but there's do you know what is his name? I think it's Srinvasan. He's I can't remember what he does, but he's been working with Doge. He's a tech billionaire, Maybe you can find that video, Jen. But Srinvasan was on a podcast with Andrew Schultz, and Srinvasan basically said, like, I've been a Democrat donor for years. Like, I gave millions of dollars, and I would try and call them to get them to like do stuff for me, and they wouldn't even answer my phone call. He's like, but I finally donated to the Republicans instead, and they'll pick up my call anytime I want. The billionaires the billionaires seem to be saying, oh shit, this guy's easy to buy.
I wouldn't say it seeming like that. I just seem like actually people are willing, the Republicans are willing to pick up and actually talk to them. Actually,
Do you think they'd pick up? Do you think they'd pick up your phone call?
Hmm?
Do you think if you called, Trump would answer your phone call? Come on.
Well, because Trump is the president, I can't call him.
Well, this guy can because he gave him millions of dollars. See did you see how that, like, for us that was kind? It was weird.
That's the exact same
was
thing you
weird.
can say about Harris, though. If you think you can call Harris right now and she pick up?
No. But that same billionaire said he tried to call Biden and Harris and nobody would take his call. So they didn't take his call either. So they were consistent. They're not just taking open bribes like that. The more money you give Trump literally just held a private meeting with crypto. Whoever gave him the most money through buying his cryptocurrency, he held a private dinner for them. And he had a private meeting with the top 20. If you give Trump money, you get a say. If you don't give Trump money, you're you. You just have to sit back there while he gives all of his rich friends handouts, and they're taking your money for poor people, and they're giving it to their friends. And then for some reason, they've convinced you this is about you. Could I ask you a question? What good? Yeah. What has Trump done, or what do you think he's going to do to make your life better?
Well, now he's lowering cost of groceries and everything.
How did he do that?
The gas.
How did he lower the cost of groceries?
I don't know what the specifics of it, but like,
do you think the president lowers the cost of? You think the president has control over the price of groceries? Honestly, do you think that?
Yes.
How?
With the whole train stuff, with all the tasks he's been doing.
The trade. You said?
Yeah, trading and
we don't have any new trade. We don't have any new trade deals. He hasn't signed any new trade deals.
Wasn't he doing the one with China?
Yeah, it's in process. It's not signed. We don't have a trade deal. So how would he have lowered prices?
No, but didn't we?
Wait, real quick though.
New Mexico.
You mean Mexico? No.
I mean Mexico.
No, he threatened tariffs, and then they said no, and he said okay, and we went back to our normal trade deal. That trade deal was already in place. He has not changed the trade deal with Canada or Mexico.
Again, it seemed like when Biden was in office, everything was so expensive. Now it's not.
Yeah, it seemed that way because they just told you that. And yes, there were things that were more expensive. But like, this is the problem that we have in America. It is crazy that adult human beings think the president controls grocery prices. That is with all due, that's fucking stupid. The president doesn't control grocery prices. In fact, right now, like Walmart just raised the price of bananas by 8%. Do you know why they did that?
Why?
Because Trump is threatening 10% tariffs on the countries that we buy bananas from because we can't grow bananas here. So there's not even a tariff on bananas, but in anticipation of those tariffs, Walmart raised the price. And that means you pay more for bananas. The only thing, like, there are costs that have come down, like the cost of eggs has come down, but the cost of eggs the cost of eggs went up because of an avian flu. There was a bird flu. Had nothing to do with Joe Biden, had nothing to do with Donald Trump. There was just a shortage of eggs because a bunch of chickens were getting sick, and chickens lay eggs. But if you look at the actual impact of, if you take direct action from Donald Trump and you look at its price on goods, he has mostly raised the cost of goods. If we're talking about direct action, he is raising the cost of goods.
From my experience, he has not.
Give me an example then.
From my own eyes, when I go shopping, when I go groceries, I've seen it has lower though.
But this is like saying, like, today today I live in Arizona. It's going to be 110 degrees. And this would be like me saying, well, when Biden was in office, it was 70 degrees. And now that Trump's in office, it's 110 degrees. Is it true? Is it hotter right now than when Biden was in office? Yeah. But why is it hotter? Because it's fucking June. And Biden was in office in November. You're just saying something that happened and you're giving Trump credit for it. He had not. You have to be able to explain how he brought grocery prices down. He just tells you. This is the thing that Trump does. Trump just takes credit for anything that looks good, and then you buy it. And it makes it so that you don't pay attention to the things he actually does. If you look at directly Trump's actions on the economy, he has raised prices. That's what tariffs do. Tariffs raise prices. I mean, on average, grocery prices have not come down, by the way. So what's he doing to make your life better?
Again, just from me living my life.
That's not him making your life better. That's you giving him credit for something that he didn't do.
Well, there was that, and then I wanted to talk about the LA.
Okay, so we can agree that at the very least you don't know if he's making your life better on groceries. You just think he is, right? Is that a fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
cool. Yeah. Let's move on to the next thing then. Cool.
So the riots all started because of people, the government doing their job. They're doing what the people that voted for the president asked them to, because he said he was going to do this.
He did?
And so, yeah.
He said he was going to take ICE and raid courtrooms and places of work. Because I remember during the campaign, Trump saying that they were just going to go after violent criminals.
Yeah, and guess what?
These aren't violent criminals.
If you broke the law, you are a criminal.
No,
yeah.
Violent criminals.
I remember listening to him. He said that he's going to have the biggest deportation in history.
Well, he doesn't. He's not even on track to have the biggest.
Not only all this stuff happening.
No, it's actually then explain this. Biden deported more people. Obama deported more people. It seems to me that what Trump is it seems to me that Trump is just focusing on making a big show of it instead of doing it quietly, instead of doing it in a way that like doesn't inflame tensions. He's rolling in with what looks like SWAT teams. He's going to courthouses. Can you explain to me, like, you say that it's about people who are here illegally. Some people are here illegally because they're on an overstayed visa, and they have to wait a long time to get a court date. And they might have been slow to get their court date in some cases. But there are people who came here legally. They're here illegally now because their visa is expired, and they're going to court to see if they can get their visa extended, right? They're going through the lawful process of what you would need to do to get your visa extended. And outside in masks with no police uniforms, you have ICE waiting. And when they come out of their court hearing, regardless of what the judge decides, they are taking those people and they are deporting them. Why? Who does that help? How does that make your life better?
So, one of the things you said that he's doing it like openly, not discreet.
I would like you to answer the question. I would like you to answer the question I just asked. When ICE goes into courtrooms and they arrest people who are clearly following the law, who are clearly there to do it the legal way, and ICE takes them and detains them and deports them, who is that helping?
Who do you have proof of that?
Yes. I can show you video. You watch video of it. Yes.
And what happened to the court says that no, your visa is not good. Then it's okay.
Yeah, then they can deport them. Yeah.
So what happens? That's not happening.
The problem is that nobody on our side has a problem with deporting people who are here illegally. Our issue is with one, who they're choosing to deport. And two, the cruelty in which they're doing it with. They're recording people. They're making like these propaganda videos. And they seem to, by the way, of all the videos you've seen, have you seen ICE detaining, arresting, or taking videos of them detaining or arresting any white people?
Yeah,
Where'd you see that video?
on Twitter.
On Twitter? ICE was detaining them?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
What?
I don't believe you. Do you have a
You
video?
think this is a wasting? You think this is a wasting?
Yes. I know, and now you guys all shut off. But if I go to DHS, I don't know if you can see the screen, but if I go to government websites and I look up, let's go to dhs.gov. If I go to dhs.gov and we look at their where's their videos again? I'm trying to remember where their videos are. If I look at all their videos, is it in their press releases? Might be here. There's not going to be a single white person that they show being deported. Not a single one. There's a lot here. I wonder, can I sort it by video? Our government websites are dog shit. I should be able to sort this by, let's see this. Maybe I can. All right. If I go through any of these videos that they show deportation, like here's Operation Tidal Wave. I don't know if you can see the screen or not. I bet we don't. Let me turn off the volume there because they're going to get me taken down. First of all, that's the music they're using to show people detained. And on the screen here, I'm showing ICE arresting a bunch of people. And every video they show of somebody they're arresting is a brown person. Why do you think that is?
Maybe because they just happen to have illegal. The statue is illegal.
The what?
That's potential.
The what?
They might be illegal.
I'm not saying that they're not illegal. I'm just saying, how come they're all brown people? How come there's not any white people being detained?
There probably is.
Why aren't they recording? Why aren't they recording it and putting it on their website?
Let me see. I'm trying to, because I did see something like that earlier. I'm trying to find it real quick. Where was it?
For too long, weak politicians left our borders wide.
Sorry. Just playing another video here. This is the thing, like, does it trouble you at all that you don't really have an answer for that? Do you have no answer for why all of these people that they're making videos of just happen to be brown people?
Well, I don't see it as a race problem. I
What
see
is
it
it?
as you know, if you're here illegally, then you should not be here.
Okay, but why aren't they making videos of the white people that are here illegally? Do you think maybe there's no white people that are here illegally?
No.
So you do think there are white people
They
that are
just
here
probably
illegally?
haven't uploaded.
They
Yeah.
just haven't uploaded it yet. They're doing all the brown people first.
I don't know why. That specifically, maybe they are uploading.
Well,
Who knows?
then do you think it's at least fair for us to say like maybe this is a race thing because they don't seem to show them deporting any white people?
But do you have a proven fact that they're doing it because of race?
No, I'm just looking at like the rhetoric, right? I look at who they're deporting. I look at who they're bringing over. Like in South Africa, a majority of the people who are dying in attacks on farms are black people. And yet who did they bring over and hold a press conference for? Exclusively white South African farmers. Why didn't they bring any of the black South Africans over? Why were they all white?
That would be a whole thing of, oh, look, Trump trying to buy people's opinion on that.
He did. He bought your opinion on it. He's told all you guys there was a genocide against white people in South Africa, and that's not even happening. The South African president and the government from the opposition party, the party that represents the farmers, they all flew to Washington to tell Donald Trump there was no white genocide. White people who represent those farmers are saying, it's not we have violence, we have murders for sure, but it's not like directed at white people. There's no attempted white genocide. And Trump looked him dead in the fucking face and was like, no, there is. You're just lying. Just give me a better explanation. Like I don't want to assume that this is about race. But also yesterday you have Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec, Matt Walsh, and they're all talking about like third world countries. They're talking about multiculturalism. Do you know what multiculturalism is?
No.
Okay, multiculturalism is this idea like that America is a melting pot and that you bring people from different cultures together and it creates like a unique culture with elements of everybody's culture involved. And conservatives hate multiculturalism. They hate it. They think that there should be one culture and it should be, and they'll say it all the time. They'll say it's like Western culture, Western European culture. What are the demographics of like historically of Western Europe? Very white, very Christian, right? And obviously the culture of England is going to be different than the culture of, say, Zimbabwe or the culture of, say, Argentina or Colombia or India or Pakistan. Like, obviously there's different cultures there. And what they're saying, the right, the biggest content creators you have on the right, the biggest voices on the right, what they're saying is that multiculturalism is failing. So at the same time these raids are going on, the most prominent members of your media are going on Twitter every day and talking about how multiculturalism is a problem. And if you go look at Charlie Kirk, he's just constantly reposting videos of brown and black people committing crimes. And he'll say things like overtly that's like, I wonder what the connection is here. I wonder why that these people are all acting like this. And then he'll say multiculturalism is a failure. The problem I have with basically the entire leadership of the Republican Party right now is that many of the people that you're giving a microphone to are openly racist. Stephen Miller is one of the most open racists I've ever seen in my life. He doesn't even hide it. He's written about it. He was like best buds with Richard Spencer. I don't know if you know who Richard Spencer is, but like a prominent white nationalist. That's on
both sides, though. That's on both sides.
Okay,
hold on,
real quick. If you name people on the left, on Democrats that I think are racist, I'll agree with you. I do think that we have racists on the Democrat side, specifically like Islamophobia. Specifically, I think that there are a lot of Democrats that are heavily funded by AIPAC who tend to overreact to any crime committed by somebody who is from a Muslim country or who espouses Muslim ideology. I don't think this is a exclusively Republican problem. I think it's a problem that we have in this country. But I am saying that the leadership of your party and the people who have the loudest voices seem to be the most racist people. And at a time when like the people who aren't like outwardly racist, they're all losing their platforms. Their audiences are dying, and the audiences that are growing within the GOP are the most racist ones. Like when Charlie Kirk says, if I get on an airplane and I see a black pilot, I'm concerned. That's not racist?
Because of DIA. DEIA.
Yeah. Right, which is a thing that they lie to you about. Because DEIA, do you know what it is? Like, could you explain what, like, if you owned a business and you needed to adhere to DEIA policies in your hiring, what would that mean for you? What would you have to make sure you did?
Basically, it's not on merit. It's basically on, I need to have three like 3 African Americans on my board and like one Latino, one stuff like that.
Okay, so that isn't true, unfortunately, and this is why we have a problem in this country with DEI, and this is why we say it's racist, is because the people that are telling you that DEI means that you have to hire somebody who isn't qualified is just straight up lying. What DEI actually is, let's say that, what state do you live in?
Indiana.
Okay. Let's say that in Indiana, wherever you are, you're opening up a call center, and you're in charge, and you're in charge of the hiring. And in that call center, you send out hiring ads, and you're going to target where those ads go. If, for example, do you think it would be wrong for you as the hiring manager to only target white people for that job posting and not specific, like you go out of your way to target white people to hire? Do you think that would be wrong?
I think that's stupid because then you're just losing money because of that.
Right. So we're on the same page. So what DEI is DEI is a set of principles and in some cases laws put in place that tell you as a business owner that you must expand your pool of candidates to include people that are maybe you have a different sexuality, a different skin color, a different ethnicity, a different religion. But basically what DEI says is you cannot exclude somebody from your hiring pool because of what they look like, what they believe, who they sleep with. You have to hire the most qualified candidates regardless of what they look like. Now what they've spun it in, like what you're talking about is you're talking about hiring quotas. But hiring quotas are not part of DEI. They are not governmentally instituted. They are instituted by specifically like this happened a lot with tech companies who want to virtue signal, and they say like, oh, look at us, and they tokenize people and they hire people and they make quotas. I think that's wrong too. I don't think you should have quotas of who you hire based exclusively on how they look, what their religion is, or what their sexuality is, or what their gender is. But that's not DEI. DEI says that you have to expand your pool. It actually gives you access to the most qualified people. And if you are somebody who hires with DEI and you happen to hire a white man, that's okay. If that was the most qualified candidate throughout your pool of candidates and you chose them because they were the most qualified candidate, that's fine. But if you chose them because you're like, well, you know what? The rest of the office is white and they're like the fourth most qualified, but it's really going to shake things up if I hire a black woman here, then that's a problem. So DEI is just meant to force companies who have corrupt practices to expand the pool of applicants for their job. But it gives you more qualified people, not less. So when Charlie Kirk says, when I get on an airplane and I see a black pilot, it makes me nervous, he's lying, because DEI makes it more likely that whoever the pilot is of your airline, it makes it more likely that that person is qualified, because even for them to consider that person, they have to meet all the qualifications of that job. So DEI makes people more qualified. And the only people that would lie to you about DEI are people, I mean, I think we could agree. If that's what DEI is, then the only people who would lie about that are people who don't want to hire people with different sexuality, religion, race, and gender. And when you take that, Charlie Kirk's opinion on DEI, and you match that up with his tweets where he's talking about multiculturalism, how it's a problem, and he's talking about and he's talking about like closing off immigration to third world countries specifically, you can put the whole piece together and you go, oh, I think maybe Charlie Kirk just wants white Christian Europeans. Right? Like, who would be incentivized to lie to you about DEI? Who, like, there would be two groups, right? Somebody who just wants
both sides.
Yeah. So the two sides that would lie to you are people who just want to fill jobs full of people who aren't qualified, but they like qualify because of their race, religion, gender, sexuality, whatever. And then there's the other people who want to lie to you about DEI because they don't want anybody to be hired outside of like white Christians. So if you want to find out, like, is this like, what's the incentive here of this person to tell me a story? Charlie Kirk is blatantly racist. Charlie Kirk, every Martin Luther King Day, hosts his entire show to talk about how Martin Luther King wasn't really a good guy. And he brings up the fact that he has affairs all the time. Like, oh, he had affairs. Does he ever bring up Donald Trump's affairs? Does he ever bring up Pete Hegseth's affairs? No, he doesn't. He doesn't bring up any of those affairs. He only does it to Martin Luther King on the day of his birthday. Every year he does that. Charlie Kirk is if you look at his record, like, you guys can push it off all you want, but this guy is somebody who goes out of his way to criticize minority groups and never holds that same standard for the people that he votes for. And he's the one telling you that DEI is racist. I wouldn't trust a racist to explain DEI.
My only problem to that is that if if it has to be forced into it, then there's something wrong.
Do you think schools should have been forced to integrate? Do you think when schools in the South didn't want to allow black students, do you think it was okay for the government to force them to take black students?
Yeah, everyone has the equal opportunity.
So what's the difference here with DEI? Why can't we force people to open their pool?
That it's because of it's racist, but
You don't have to prove it's racist. It's not. It just forces you to consider people. And if you then want to sue the company for being racist, what you're going to have to do as the person bringing the lawsuit is you're going to have to prove that the company hired somebody despite based on their race, despite the fact that they weren't the most qualified. So you could sue that company if you want to. Like if I lost out on a job and I felt like they gave that job to just like I guess what's the opposite of me? I don't know. Like a Christian Maha mom, and I just thought they're like, oh, we're anti-vax, and so is she, so we brought her in here, but she had no qualifications. I would have to bring a lawsuit, and I would have to prove that the reason they hired her was because of her beliefs, and they overlooked me despite better qualifications because I didn't hold the same beliefs. So it doesn't force you really to do anything except for consider. And then if we're talking about legal action can be brought, but you're going to have to prove that their hiring practices were racist. Which is a high bar. That's actually difficult to prove.
Not only that too.
Like, did you know the NFL and the NBA did this too? Like the NFL specifically, because the NFL had a problem where like 80% of their players were black. None of the owners and like 1% of the coaches were black. And so the NFL said, look, we understand like, and what NFL franchises were saying is like, there's no black coaches with experience. Yeah, because nobody hired black coaches. So the NFL said, all right, from now on, when you interview candidates, you also have to, every one of you have to interview a black candidate. Every one of you. This happens, you kind of have to do these type of things to correct injustices. Everything in our country, we've had to do this a million times in this country. And every time a group of conservatives argues the same point that you're arguing, when conservatives didn't want the schools to integrate, they're like, you can't force us to do this. You can't force black people into our schools. We don't believe in integration. You're stomping on our rights. When women's suffrage was being passed and women got the right to vote, there were people that were like, that's not fair. The Constitution, it was only supposed to be men. It even says all men. It's always conservatives. Do you ever wonder why, like, if you look back in history, conservatives are always the people that are fighting against everybody getting equal rights. Every time it's conservatives. That doesn't mean they're always Republican or Democrat, because the Democrats used to be the conservative party. And now the Republicans are the conservative party. But it's always conservatives, and it's almost always white Christian conservatives. That's like the bulk of people who are consistently standing against other people getting rights. Like, explain it. Somebody just mentioned Pete Hegseth. I think Pete Hegseth's a great example. The Secretary of Defense before Pete Hegseth was a 4-star general.
Wasn't that the 4-star general that lied to Trump?
What?
Wasn't that the 4-star general that lied to Trump?
About what?
When in his first term.
About what? I know what you're referencing.
About moving units out of a country, and he told Trump that, yeah, I moved them out. In reality, he did not.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, this happened Trump first term. There was a 4-star general. I don't know.
I'm talking about the Secretary of Defense under you're thinking of, is that McChrystal that you're thinking of? I don't know who you're thinking of. But like Pete Hegseth has no qualifications to be Secretary of Defense. He's a guy that like serves in the National Guard. I think he's a L5 or something like that. Like the guy he replaced was a L10, 11. I don't know if I'm getting these terms right. I didn't serve in the military. How is like Pete Hegseth is a perfect example. Linda McMahon is a great example. Linda McMahon, a rich white lady, is in charge of she's the Secretary of Education. She has never worked in education ever. She's never worked in education ever. She has worked for her husband's company that his dad started, running the WWE. She has no experience in education. Why is she the Secretary of Education?
To be fair, that doesn't matter because Trump
doesn't matter.
Basically dismantle that. So basically, she doesn't have to do any that much.
Trump didn't. The Department of Education is still very much active.
It's alive, but it's not doing much.
Yeah, because they hired an incompetent person to break it on purpose.
They hired it so that they hired to stop it.
Yeah, to stop. Yeah, exactly. Bro, are you celebrating this? The Trump is killing the Department of the Department of Education.
Department of Education hasn't done anything though. Like since they have been assembled or made, our education system has gone down worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, these are just talking points that you're fed. Who decides the curriculum for education? Does the Department of Education set the curriculum?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
You're wrong. They don't. It's done on a local level. Wherever you live in Indiana, it's like on a like a school district level. If you don't like the curriculum in your school, it's done on a state level. That's why Oklahoma can teach from the Bible right now. Oklahoma's teaching from the Bible because you can choose what to do on a state level. The reality is the reason that we have struggled in education is because we stopped investing in it. Did you know all the countries that are better than us at education, they all have a federal Department of Education or whatever they call it, but a federal branch that determines not only the curriculum, but the testing standards, and they invest heavily in those schools, and those schools are regulated. In America, we have deregulated them and we've localized them. And when you look at like the localization of education, I think we're ranked like 40 something in education.
Yeah, one of the worst.
If you took out the red states, we're like top 10. Did you know that? Did you know that if you look at the education rankings by state, like the top 10 are just blue states and the top 10 or the bottom 10, all red states. If you take out the red states from our the one thing that all of those red states did and are doing is they are gutting public education, and they're taking taxpayer money and they're moving it into private education. I live in Arizona. We do more school choice than any other state in the country. Next behind us is Oklahoma. You know that school choice thing they're all advocating for because the system's broken? Let's have you guess where Arizona is ranked right now in education after doing school choice for the last 10 years. There's 50 states. What do you think we're ranked?
Probably 35.
50. Guess who's 49?
Oklahoma.
Yeah. Guess who's number 1?
Who?
I think it's Massachusetts, New Jersey,
Who's number 2?
Connecticut. They're all blue states. The problem that we have with education, is that Republicans don't like science, and they don't like history. So you guys are dumbing down the education for red states. You're making your kids you're making your kids dumber, and you're dragging down the education of the United States as a whole. Which is how, by the way, we get to a point where you elected a criminal con man who can't tell the truth, and you guys all think he's brilliant. And you're all sitting by and you're watching them dismantle the Department of Education while they blame the Department of Education for things that red state governors and red state mayors and red state school boards are destroying. The problem with all of you is that you believe what you're being told instead of checking to see if what they're telling you is true. And I've got a news flash for you. Literally, and I mean literally, we could spend all day doing this. Everything you believe about your party is a lie. And I think if we went point by point, every single thing you believe is not backed up by data. In fact, it'll almost always be the opposite.
So, quick question.
Yeah.
You say, it says here, I'm reading something right now. They say Florida is ranked 1 in education for a second year in a row.
Yeah, you're looking at the U.S. News and World Report. If you look at like their scoring, they add in. I can actually pull it up. The way that they do their scoring. Let me see if I can find it. Here's their methodology. I'll put it up on the screen. This is how red states like figure out how to get themselves off the rankings. Do I really have to? Hold on, let me do this. I gotta sign in, I guess, but I don't want people to see my email. All right. Here's the ideology from U.S. News and World Report. So here's how they determine education. 15% of their education ranking is from education. So when they tell you that they're ranked, only 15% of it is their ranking for education. 15% is for healthcare. 12% is for the economy. 12% is for infrastructure. 12% is opportunity. 12% is fiscal stability. 9.69% is natural environment, and 9% is crime and corrections. So they're only weighing the actual education with 15% of this. But Republicans love to like talk about Florida because Florida always tops these rankings. But it's just a way for red states to lie about education. Like obviously, none of this has to do with education, right? Like obviously, if we're talking, but if we look at just like the rankings for education, I can pull those up. Like if we go World Population Review, you can use the Nation Report cards. This is the most up to date one. I think this is from Nation Report card. Let me see what the source is here. Overall ranks are based on 4 categories: K-12 performance, school funding, higher education quality, and safety. Those are all things I think we could agree would be important to rank our schools, right?
School funding, that's the one might have a problem with.
Well, you can still see it'll break it down by category, so you can still see like if this will filter that out. So if you look at number 1 ranked is Massachusetts. Their K through 12 performance is number 1. Their school funding is number 2. Higher education 38, 37. They don't have like great state colleges. Number 2 is New York. Their K-12 performance is 31. Their school funding is number 1. But if you look down here, so if you want to look at the top 10, you have Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Washington, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Minnesota, Connecticut, Virginia, Wisconsin. The first like red state legislature we really hit is Wyoming. And Wyoming is actually kind of unique. Wyoming has a lot of oil. And so Wyoming, if you look at like their school funding for a red state, they're 17. They use a lot of tax revenue from oil to pay for it. But then if you go down here, oh, look, Oklahoma's not 49th anymore. Oh, I guess we're 51. Oklahoma moved up. Arizona dead last. So we must be including Puerto Rico in here to have 50. Oh,
and
DC,
what side is
DC. This is World Population Review. Arizona last, then Alabama, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Idaho, West Virginia, Arkansas, Nevada, Indiana, Louisiana, Florida, Texas, Mississippi, South Carolina, Utah, Delaware, Colorado, North Carolina. Like Delaware is the first time we get to like a blue state near the bottom. I don't know why we're like letting red state people tell us how to do education. They're terrible at it.
In my opinion, I'm more of a, the states get to decide their stuff.
They do get to decide, but then why are you worried about the Department of Education being taken away? Do you know what the Department of Education does? They enforce laws that, like, for example, integration. I covered a story a couple weeks ago. I think it's in Mississippi, could be Alabama. I don't remember which state it's in. I want to say it's Mississippi. Somebody correct me if that's wrong, because it could be Alabama. But all of a sudden in Alabama, they undid a law requiring schools to desegregate. They just they claim that the laws are the laws on the books and it's outdated. But while they're doing that, they're also trying to push all of their money away from public schools into private schools. And in those private schools, many of them in like black neighborhoods where the population of the school is like 93% white. They live in a black neighborhood, or the school's in a black neighborhood, but almost none of the people there are black. It's all white students. It's a way for them to like continue to take their Christianity and take their money and pull that out of public schools. So yeah, states do have rights. They get to do that. But you don't also get to say we're the best at it when you're the worst. So if you want states to have rights, you want schools to be able to do whatever they want, that's fine. But let's call a spade a spade. Red states are terrible at education.
I grew up in California, and their stuff wasn't good either.
Yeah, but they're not last.
They're not last, but
anyways, I'm going to jump back to the show. I appreciate you coming up. You're welcome
Yeah,
anytime. All right, brother. Be well.
Hey man, before you go though, real quick, sorry. Just don't like attack the other side like so bad, because people are not willing to open up if you just attack them. And
I'm not attacking the other side. Any attacks are direct attacks at people in the chat. It's directly responding to people in the chat that are talking to me. So yeah.
Man, you have one for day,
All right,
man.
bud. Be well.
Good talking to you.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, hop back in this VC. Let's see. Jen has. Let me read a couple comments that came through. Amy said, factually, in blue states, we're right up there with the best in the world. Red states are well below. Flanker said, if multiculturalism failed, Republicans can no longer eat tacos, pizza, or Chinese food. Just boiled potatoes from now on. It makes us better. It makes it better for us all. Siobhan said, "Oh, it's the Dollar Train. Thank you." Do we have another person waiting, Jen?
Yeah, I'm getting him the link right now. Just making sure he's still there. So, before we move on to
while you're doing that, can I just finish reading these so I don't forget?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Jose said ICE is now going into foster homes to take children. What the fuck? Is that real?
Yeah, I heard.
Christy said, do they realize less government and authoritarianism doesn't go hand in hand? It's more government, hypocritical morons. Amy said, California, Texas, and Florida all cite law enforcement budgets. All right, I think I got all those. Let me check mine. Somebody mowing your lawn, Jen?
Yeah.
Is it Spawn, or you got somebody else to do it?
God, no.
Come on, Spawn.
No, she's out hanging out though with the other kids. She's off for the summer, so.
All right, are we ready for the next guest?
I'll do announcements first.
Okay.
All right, so while Jay was on with the last guest, we didn't make much of a dent in the gift goal. So if you guys could help us out, the top left-hand corner, this is our job. We do this Monday through Friday. And so for us to be able to keep doing that, we need some assistance knocking out the rest of that balance. So if you guys could both, we do this till about 1 o'clock. So we've got an hour and a half or so to get there. I may have changed my whole layout for whatever reason on my pad. I hate when this happens. Anyways, yeah, so the gift goal, if you haven't already subscribed, please do so. You can do it on wherever you're watching. TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. You can subscribe for free on YouTube, and we also have 4 different memberships. Like these last 2 guests, you can DM me on Discord, the same as the Venmo username, and I can bring you on and talk, just like you just heard. Also check out our link tree for other social media links and our merch. We just started up on Spotify and Cameo. I don't know if you saw Bree's super chat. She just.
I did. I was laughing at Charles said it's probably Chris mowing your lawn.
Charles is looking to get banned. It's your timeout, Charles.
Jen Star, thank you. Johnny Longjoe said that was like listening to ice melt, no pun. Valerie said this is to ensure we keep Jen. Bree said, I need reprieve. Please look into the camera and whisper, say, Jesus. Not this shit again. I thought we were done with this. You're being such a good girl. And here's your song.
He's trying to fuck RTP. She'll make him better than a cherry. Breeze trying to fuck RTP. Breeze trying to fuck RTP.
Woo! Thank you. Jen?
All right. Yeah. So it looks like the other guest is waiting. But before I go, Amal and Juan are identical twins. Their mom only carries one baby picture in her wallet. Because if you've seen Juan, you've seen them all.
It's racist. Pretty sure. I don't know. All right. You said the other guest was ready, Jen? There we go. Oh, it's P. Diddy. Fuck. Calling from jail. What's up, P. Diddy?
What's going on?
Hey, what's on your mind?
So this is live right now, huh?
Yeah, welcome. How does it feel?
pretty cool, honestly, I have to say.
Awesome. What's on your mind?
All right, so I just want to put it out there that I do not, however, support either political party. As a matter of fact, I have my problems with both. I think that we should remove the two-party political system and advocate more of an independent party, because I think both sides have gotten out of hand and corrupt, and we need to basically reform our government to be more for the people and not for the few.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people would agree with that. I think you could do ranked choice voting. I think Democrats in New York are doing that right now in their primaries. I hope more people follow suit and do ranked choice voting, and I'd like to see ranked choice voting on a national level. But in order to get there, in order to get to that point, we have to address our current problems. We have to address our current two-party system, and we got to get those ideas in there. And I do feel pretty strongly that there's almost no chance that you can get that pushed through on the Republican side. So I think it's going to take voting in a lot of very progressive Democrats to make that change. I don't think there's anybody on the right that is going to fight for that type of change. So I think that in order to get to having more than two parties, I think a lot of people are going to have to coalesce with the Bernie Sanders and the AOCs of this world and start pushing for ranked choice voting and ending Citizens United.
Well, see, I don't know about that, man, because I think that the Democrats are just as ambiguous as Republicans are, where they're more like religious towards their party, their political system, their ways of ideals. I have met some experience where, and I'm an independent, just to remind you, I didn't vote Republican, and I didn't vote Democrat. Okay. That Democrats, in my opinion, have been a little less opening to new ideals and a little less opening to, be more inclusive.
This is a little bit confusing to me because Republicans are conservatives. They're not doing new ideas. Republicans have been running on the same. Okay, so but hold on. If you're gonna say, hold on, just let me respond real quick. If Republicans are running on the same agenda they ran on in the 1980s, Democrats have obviously changed their agenda. Democrats have been the only party that seems to be open to change. So I agree with you that there are some corrupt people in there, and I agree that they're slow to change. But like Democrats have changed. It wasn't that long ago that Democrats were against gay marriage. It wasn't that long ago. And they were the first ones to change while the Republicans fought against it. And now the Republicans are kind of lukewarm on it. But it is, if we're talking about like being open-minded, I do think one party's more open-minded than the other.
Right, but let me explain further. Let me
Sure.
articulate what I mean.
Sure.
I mean, Democrats are less opening to make deals with the Republic. Like, the Democrats are progressive, I'll give you that, but they are too progressive. You can't progress too fast. You gotta let other people catch up.
Where are we progressing too fast, do you think?
I think the Democrats are too radical and progressing into
like with what? What's radical?
Like,
I with all due respect, I think it's like there's nothing radical about the Democrat Party. I wish they would be radical, but what's radical about the Democrats?
Well, both parties are radical, but
no, they're not. No, they're not. The Democratic Party is not radical. The Republican Party right now is radical. They could both be radical. There are radicals that exist, but the Democratic Party is like, they are so fucking moderate.
I have to disagree with you.
Well, what are they? What are they radical on?
I think anybody trying to institute into schools other religions.
What?
And
you think we're pushing? We're not pushing religion in school. We're trying to get religion out of school. You guys are the ones pushing religion in school.
Republicans are trying to push Christianity in schools.
Yeah.
While Democrats are trying to push other religions into schools.
No, they're not. No, you made that up.
Hey, no, I've seen.
Where's that happening?
Democrat states.
Where?
California. For
okay.
one.
What did they do in California?
Well, they're trying to teach, I don't know, kindergartners the Quran, you know?
No, they're not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they're not. You psycho. No, they're not. You know that's not true. You know that's not fucking true.
Look, whether it's true.
You can't even say it with a straight face. What are you talking about? There's nothing radical about the Democrats. Listen, this is what the Republicans do. They tell you that the Democrats are crazy, so you don't notice how fucking crazy Republicans are. But everything they tell you about the Democrats is a goddamn lie. They are not radical. We are those of us that are like on the left, we are begging Democrats to be radical. They're like, we're just going to keep doing the same shit we've been doing. They are not radical. It's just if they convince you that Democrats are radical, then you'll be like, oh well, I guess it's all right if Trump is doing fascism, because I'd rather have that than this hypothetical world that they told me about the Democrats want to live in, where everybody chops their dick off and like and we do straight communism. Those just aren't. That's just not real.
Real quick, explain to me your definition of fascism. Explain to me the definition of fascism.
So fascism is difficult to define, and there's different definitions for fascism. For me, like there's like the 13 tenets of fascism, or there's like the 7 tenets, depending on which way you go. The most important thing about understanding whether or not a movement is fascist or not is if they hit like, I think it's like on the 7 tenets, if you hit like 6 out of the 7, on the 13, if you hit like 10 out of 13. So there are tenets of fascism, and this is the difficulty in debating this, is if you go through each tenet of fascism, every time you're going to be able to say, oh, well, somebody on the other side does this too, so they're fascism, or they're fascist. But the point is, it has to be in totality. So if we looked at like the 7 tenets of fascism, like number 1 is authoritarianism, that there is like centralized autocratic rule with a singular leader at the top. I would argue that Donald Trump currently is the singular leader of the GOP, and whatever he says, they do. That wasn't the case with Biden. That wasn't the case with even Trump the first time around. That wasn't the case with Obama. It wasn't the case with Clinton. It wasn't the case with Bush. It wasn't the case with the other Bush. There is clearly a singular leader, to the point that you guys wear Trump's name, and you basically renamed, or not you because you're independent. They basically stopped calling themselves Republicans, and they call themselves MAGA now. Ultra strong nationalism is the second tenet, which I think is pretty clear that like it's a very nationalist movement. They all say they're nationalists. Strong military, national power and might, like this focus on like peace through strength, suppression of the opposition. We clearly can see that. You can clearly see Trump is literally going around suing every newspaper who ever said anything bad about them. Pam Bondi today is announcing new lawsuits. A cult of the leader, or a cult of personality. Again, Trump is the GOP. Like his personality, whatever he says goes. A social hierarchy, where like if your allegiance to Trump seems to be like how you rise to the top, and there's definitely a hierarchy. Economic control, which obviously we see Trump just unilaterally using the levers of tariffs, giving out handouts and carve-outs to his giving out like national security contracts to his friends, tax cuts for his friends, use of propaganda and manipulation. I just showed you, like, if you can see it on the screen, like this is literally the Department of Homeland Security doing like propaganda films now with music about deporting people. And then exclusion and othering, blaming others for the problems of the country, excluding people from the country, excluding people from the discussion. Like this movement ticks off every box. You can't say that about the Democrats. It doesn't tick off all those boxes.
I'm not saying about specifically Democrats. I'm saying about both. But you want to know something interesting?
Yeah, but only one of the sides is fascist. That's the point. You're saying it's about both. I'm saying it's only one.
Let me explain something to you.
Sure.
Do you know who formed the Marine Corps?
Congress, I assume? I don't know.
No. It was President Roosevelt during World War II. Do you know why he formed the Marine Corps?
No.
So that he could have a military force that would only answer to the president. And you can look this up. This is facts. I'm not fucking around here. This is truth. He formed the Marine Corps, and he was Democrat, by the way. Not that matters. because it was a different time.
Didn't
it was a
John?
different period.
I thought John Adams created the Marine Corps. Is that not true?
Nope. The Marine Corps didn't exist until World War II. Neither did the CIA.
No,
or
we
the
had
FBI.
the Continental.
Actually, I'm not sure.
Continental Marines started in 1775.
It was a different. No, it was. I thought they were disbanded or something. The Marine
They
Corps
may
that
have been. They may have been
exists
disbanded. I don't know. But
Yeah, the Marine Corps. What I mean is the Marine Corps that exists now today was formed at the beginnings of World War II. But like,
what does that have? What does that have to do?
before-
What is, with all due respect, what does that have to do with whether or not the current Republicans are fascist?
Because the Marine Corps does not answer to Congress. And you could technically say that Roosevelt is a fascist.
The Marine
for
Corps
forming-
does. Excuse me. What?
I mean,
The Marine Corps doesn't answer to
could say-
Congress. Congress has. What are you talking about?
No, the Marine Corps answers directly to the president. That's
No,
why
they respond. No, they answer to the Secretary of Defense.
No, they answer to the.
Where are you coming up with
Secretary
this?
of Defense probably answers. I'm not coming up with this. This is why he formed the
No,
Marine
where
Corps.
did you learn this?
History. It's history.
What?
You can watch it on any history show or
You
anything that
think?
talks
Wait,
about World War II.
Congress funds the Marines.
Yeah, taxpayer dollars fund the Marine Corps. That doesn't mean that they answer to Congress.
Well,
They
nobody.
answer to the president directly.
Well, that's the
It's
that's
the president's
wait,
private army.
wait, hold on. That's
basically.
the president's the commander in chief over all of the army.
Yes, but the president needs Congress to do anything with them. He doesn't need
What?
Congress to tell him what to do with the Marine Corps. That's why Trump is able to
The
use
president
the Marine
doesn't
Corps
need. The
in
president doesn't.
California.
Wait, hold on. The president does not need.
How do you
Excuse me.
think that with
Excuse
all
me.
of-
Excuse me. The president does not need congressional approval to direct the military. The president
Yes, he
only
does.
need no only to declare war.
It's to do anything with the military.
No,
You
it's
need
not.
approval
No,
to
it's
do
not.
anything with the
No, it's not. You're making that up.
president.
No, that's not
No,
true.
The president. How can you say that the president does not need the approval of Congress without ramifications to direct the military on any action without the declaration of war or anything?
Are you talking about the
What are you
check?
talking
Are you
about?
talking about checks and balances?
No.
Like if he does something illegal, can Congress then Congress they can file articles of impeachment.
What
But
I'm
no,
saying
the
is,
president,
how do you
the
think-
Marines, the Army, they all report to the president, and the president the Congress has oversight of the president, but Congress also has oversight of the purse, so they have oversight over the funding, which is why, like right now, Pete Hegseth is in Washington, and they're going over his budget with him because they get to oversee the money spent. But as far as like directing the military, that's the role of the president.
Yeah, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
it's
that
true.
the president needs to go through Congress to deploy the Army.
No,
to
he doesn't.
Deploy the Navy.
No, he
to
doesn't.
Deploy the Air Force.
No, he doesn't.
I think he does.
No, he
I think
doesn't.
he
He
does.
has. I think it's 90 days. It might be 30, but he has either 30 or 90 days before, where he can deploy the military. And anything longer than that, I think it's 90 days. Anything longer than that requires an act of Congress. That's why it's 60 days right now. That's why they're saying that the National Guard is going to stay there for 60 days because it's inside the window where they need congressional approval.
Well, what I'm saying is the Congress can tell him that, hey, you need to get the National Guard out of there or you need to do this, but they cannot tell him anything with the Marine Corps. Why do you think?
I think you're making that up. You haven't shown any evidence that that's the thing.
How am I supposed to show you evidence?
Where would I get? Yeah, well, first of all, there's Marines that are in the chat right now that are like, no, this isn't true. So they say it's not true. I've never seen anything like. You think that a president can just form his own little military that only reports to him, and there's no checks and balances? Fundamentally, it seems like you don't understand our Constitution because we have checks and balances. The president cannot unilaterally create a private army where Congress has no oversight. The president doesn't have the authority to do that.
Look.
But what's the point of this? What's the point of this conversation? What's the point of this conversation? I don't understand because it started as like, what's fascism? I explained fascism. I explained that Republicans are fascist, and now you're bringing up the Marines. I don't understand why you went to this.
I went to this to explain to you that anybody in our government can be labeled a fascist. Maybe they are. Maybe they all are. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
They're not.
It's
No,
not
they're not. You can label somebody anything you want, but there are definitions. And if you look at like who ticks off the boxes of historical fascists, Trump does. Joe Biden doesn't tick off those boxes. The DNC doesn't tick off those boxes.
Well, Joe Biden was having trouble with his own health. So no,
Great.
of course
He still wasn't a
wouldn't check the boxes.
fascist. Great. He still wasn't a fascist.
It does. Oh, dude, okay. That guy wasn't even able.
I don't care. I don't care. We're not talking about it. We're talking about whether or not Trump is a fascist. You tried to play both sides. You're like, both sides do it. And then I'm like, not Joe Biden. You're like, yeah, well, he's old. Okay, cool. So he wasn't a fascist.
How can somebody that doesn't even know where he is be a fascist?
Great. So we agree. So we agree. He wasn't a
probably
fascist.
was.
So we agree.
I
He
can
wasn't a
tell you for a
fascist.
fact
Let's go
that Joe
backwards. Was
Biden
Obama a
was
fascist?
definitely
Let's go
racist.
backwards. Was Obama a fascist?
How the fuck? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like that's like a theme here. You not knowing.
Obama was a lawyer.
Was he a Jesus Christ. Yeah, he was a lawyer. Was he a fascist?
Well, he surely wasn't a congressman. All these fucking congressmen are the rich 1%. And guess what? They're both
Bro,
Republican
what
and
the
they're both
fuck
Democrat.
are you talking about? What in the fuck are you talking about right now? Did you just run out of shit to say? What are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said.
You
All
just
the
now
people
you just said.
talking about
First of
rich
all, he
1%.
was a member of Congress.
The president, dude, he was a lawyer elected president. He
Obama
wasn't
was a
Congress
member of
for 30+
Congress.
years.
He was a senator from Illinois.
Was
the
he?
fuck? Yes! Jesus Christ! I'm losing my mind. What the fuck are you talking about, man? This is what I think it is. I don't think you're independent. I think you're a Trump supporter. And that's why when we talked about Trump, you are deflecting to fucking nonsense. I think that you're one of those people who lies about being independent. And maybe you don't like Republicans, but you're a Trumper through and through. Because every time we talk about Trump, you play whataboutism to something else.
All right. You want me to say something about
You
Trump?
voted for Trump, right?
Fucking
Be honest.
idiot.
Be honest.
No, I did not.
Who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote. Nobody.
Okay.
I voted for fucking nobody.
Okay.
Because nobody is fucking eligible.
All right,
to be
so what are we
president.
talking about here then? I don't know why you're up here. What are we talking about? You came up here to say, like, you talk about fascism. You didn't, when I went through every tenet of fascism, you agreed.
To be fair,
so it
brought-
makes him not a fascist. I covered all the tenets. You agreed on every tenet. Why is he not a fascist?
I don't know, maybe because our entire government is still run democratically.
It doesn't
He
seem.
can
It
be
doesn't.
voted out.
It doesn't seem to be,
He can
does
be
it?
voted out. He's only in there for 4 years. How can it,
Wait,
how
but
can he,
Hitler
how
was
can he be a fascist government?
was Hitler a fascist?
Actually, no, he was a socialist.
Dude, those
That
aren't.
was the whole premise
brother,
of the Nazi party.
brother,
was to be
brother,
socialist
Let
nationally.
me help you with something.
That was.
Let me help
it
you.
was,
Excuse me.
like you said.
Excuse me. Atomic theory. You can be a socialist and also be a fascist. You can be both.
But Hitler was.
Which became the Nazis. But what did Hitler do? Hitler didn't do socialism. Hitler elevated capitalism. He went and he partnered with churches and the elites, big businesses. You're hung up on words that don't matter. But Hitler was a fascist. He led the country. He was given the power. The Nazi movement he literally took the name from, instead of calling themselves democratic socialists, they started calling themselves Nazis. Republicans, instead of calling themselves Republicans, started calling themselves MAGA. Hitler's like, hey, we should have a costume. Let's wear brown shirts. Trump's like, we should have a costume. Let's wear red hats. And then both of them, once they got into power, they immediately started doing things that are outside of the Constitution. And it was a test. And in Germany, what he did is he blamed immigrants for all of their problems, Jewish immigrants, and he started deporting them. And he started this whole, he had this whole, his whole campaign was, you know what, all of our problems here came when we allowed Jewish immigrants into our country. Trump blamed all of our problems on immigrants from south of the border. And then once he was in office, they started deporting people. And in Germany, people were like, wait a minute, you can't just do this. You can't just start deporting people without due process. And Hitler said, watch me, bitch. And Trump came into office. He started deporting people, and they said, you can't just do this without due process. And he said, watch me, bitch. And enough people supported Hitler that there was nothing they could do because he controlled the army. And we're at a stage right now where none of you, nobody on the right is going to blink if Donald Trump uses the military against us. Nobody will blink. They'll all be on board with it.
I think you're wrong there. I think
he just did it. He just did it. He just did it. He just did it. The National Guard is in Los Angeles right fucking now. And he avoided the law. He circumvented the law. He didn't work with Gavin Newsom. And he deployed the military to Los Angeles. He just fucking did it. The problem is that you guys don't know what you're seeing. He just did the very thing. He just did the thing. He just did this thing that you said he wouldn't do.
People.
Well, they weren't killing people. They weren't killing people at first in Germany either. They were just deporting them. And they were no, they weren't. No, they weren't. No.
They killed
No. That was called the final solution. That happened later. The final solution became now what do we do with these people once we've deported them and they're in concentration camps? Do we want to release them and have them tell the world the atrocities that they've endured? No, we can't do that. So the final solution was to kill them all.
Dude, look up Night of the Long Knives. They killed their own party members.
Look up what?
The Night of the Long Knives. They killed everybody.
What is
Communists.
Wait, so if Trump doesn't do everything Hitler did, he's not a fascist? You know, Mussolini was also a fascist. Mussolini didn't do the same things Hitler did. Erdogan is also a fascist. Bukele is also a fascist. They don't all do the exact same things, bud.
Why are you putting words in my mouth, dude?
I didn't. Those were my words. Those were my words.
Those were your words that you were putting in my mouth.
No, I wasn't putting them in your mouth. I was explaining to you that what you're trying to do to say like, oh, Trump's not a fascist, is you're giving me specific things that Hitler did that Trump hasn't done. And every fascist is different. They all act differently. And by the way, not every fascist winds up exterminating a group of people. The problem that we have here is that you guys think that that seems to be the line for you. It seems to be that you're okay with everything up to the line before extermination. And I'm saying my line is drawn way earlier than that.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
but do
what
you
are
know
you
who
saying
also
then?
put people in camps?
What are you saying
Japanese people in
What are
camps?
you saying then?
Look.
What are you saying?
I'm not saying that Trump is right with everything that he does, but to call him a fascist and especially
you agreed with
Hitler
me.
is
I didn't compare him to Hitler. I'm comparing things. I'm comparing things Hitler did. I'm comparing things Hitler did that were fascist to things Trump did, which are fascist.
Is that not the same thing?
No, because I'm not accusing Trump. I'm not accusing Trump of a genocide. And you seem to think that the only reason Hitler was a fascist is because he did a genocide. He was a fascist long before that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, then what are you
Hitler
saying?
was a fascist because the government that they enacted after the Great War was so bad and the country was so poor that it caused these people in such horrible conditions to form.
What Hitler did.
Party.
What Hitler did is Hitler won the nomination for his party. He didn't win the nomination for the country. And then he staged a coup. It's called the Beer Hall Putsch. It's very similar to January 6th. He took all of his supporters and he attacked this beer hall where Congress would hang out. He attacked Congress. And then what happened is he didn't win the fight. So he retreated. Him and all of his people retreated. And then they threw him in jail. And they threw the people there in jail. And then all of a sudden they just decided we were probably too hard on him. All of these insurrectionists that attacked our government, we're going to let them out of jail. And what did they immediately do? They reconvened and they threatened the government again. And then they built up an army. And then they got the government of Germany to name Hitler the chancellor. And all of a sudden, Hitler was in control of everything because he tried to overthrow the government. They put him in jail. Then, because his followers were like, "This isn't fair. This is political persecution," they let him out. And just a few short years later, he's running the country as a fascist. Which part of that story is wrong? Which part of that story wasn't true?
They let him out of jail because they agreed with his ideals. Just like how Hitler flew around his entire country, he was the first one to do that. So he got his ideals.
Same reason you guys let the
They
J6.
literally
Same reason,
voted him
exactly.
into
Same reason you let the
Agreed with
J6ers out, right? Same exact reason. Not because they didn't commit a crime, not because they didn't do an insurrection, but because you didn't care that they did the insurrection. You agreed with the insurrection.
No. Well,
yes.
I agree that we should take our government back. Yes, but not for yours or their reasons.
What?
I think we should reform our government, not just
Okay,
walk in
I
there.
I don't care. It's the same story.
Pictures.
What's the difference in the story?
How about
the only
none of
difference?
people
In
that
fact,
went
the
to
only
White House
difference.
had weapons?
The only difference in this story is that the only difference in the story is that Donald Trump is a massive fucking pussy, and so he didn't march with his people, even though he said he did. Say what you want about Hitler, and he was pretty fucking evil. At least he had the courage to fight. He had already fought in the war. Donald Trump dodged the war, and then he sent his people without him because he's a pussy. That's the main difference between the two of them. Is that Donald Trump is a
Hitler
pussy? That's the
led
biggest
his entire
difference.
country to destruction. He's the biggest pussy of them all.
Donald
He
Trump's doing the
destroyed
same thing. Donald Trump's doing the same thing. He's destroying our economy. He's handing over all the money and all the control to a handful of rich people, just like Hitler did. He's co-opting religion, just like Hitler did. He's running military parades, just like Hitler did. He's literally doing the fascist playbook. Every fascist in history has done exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now. And you guys are like, no, this can't be fascism. It couldn't be.
Everybody that runs a military parade is fascist?
No,
People
again,
afraid-
see, this is the
people
problem.
afraid-
This is the problem. Again, what I'm telling you is that when you take in totality what he's done, it's exactly what fascists have done. If you want to pick apart, somebody else has done a military parade, it's not the military parade alone that makes him fascist. It's all of the stuff together that makes him a fascist. But you don't want to admit that. See, this is the problem.
No,
Just
I think
10
you're
minutes ago,
exaggerating
10
the
minutes
definition
ago,
of fascist.
10 minutes ago, you said both parties are fascist. And I asked you to explain to me how the Democrats were fascist. And when you couldn't do that, you backtracked. And now you're like, oh, never mind. Trump's not a fascist. 10 minutes ago, he was, when you thought you had a good argument. But now when your argument about the Democrats being fascist has been dismantled, now all of a sudden Trump's not a fascist.
Look, he's not a fascist.
He is.
But he's definitely a rich
He's a
asshole.
fascist.
That's
He's a fascist.
fact.
He's a fascist.
Dude.
You agreed with the definition when I read it to you. But the problem is the reason that you didn't, the reason that you don't agree with it now is when I read it to you, you thought you were going to have a compelling argument that both sides were fascist. And now that they're not, you don't want to admit it, which is why I say, I don't know how you voted. I don't know how you voted, but you're a Trumper. No matter how you voted, you're a Trumper.
I just told you. I did not vote.
I just said that, dummy. I just said that.
You said
I
don't
said
know how
no
you voted.
matter how you voted, whether you voted or not, you are a Trumper because you were willing 10 minutes ago to call the Democrats fascist. You had no problem with it. But now that I've laid out the argument and you agreed with every tenet, now suddenly both sides aren't fascist anymore.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's the thing about exactly what I said. You people are not accepting of different ideologies.
Give me an
that are
ideology.
not directly connected to yours.
What ideology am I not accepting of? Fascism? I'm not accepting of fascism. You're right.
asshole.
So what's the
fact that
ideology
both
that I'm
of
not
these
accepting of?
parties are wrong.
What
Both of these
ideology?
parties are
What
wrong.
ideology are we not accepting of? Don't you think you should have an answer to that question? If you're going to say that we're not open to different ideologies, don't you think you should have an answer to the follow-up question, what the fuck are you talking about? Which ideologies are we not open to?
How about the fact that Jesus Christ.
I know, right?
All
Right?
you wanna
See
do
how
is
see how
argue.
once I
All
ask
you wanna
No, I want specifics. See how once I ask you a specific question you fall apart?
I'm not falling apart.
Okay, what are
though.
the ideologies that we don't accept then, please?
How about any things that are different than yours?
Like what?
Same thing as
Like what?
Republicans.
Like what?
You can't agree on
Like
anything.
what? Like what? Give me an example.
How about no illegal immigrants?
We don't
How about less
Wait,
taxes?
we don't want illegal immigration. We also don't like illegal immigration.
how can you say that, but you're not supporting of deporting illegal immigrants?
Because our opposition to the deportation is not the fact that people are here illegally. It's because of the cruelty and inhumane way that it is happening.
How is it cruel and inhumane? What's
Because
happening?
they are
What
going
they doing
because they are going
inhumane?
into workplaces, into courtrooms, into schools, into places of business. They're on the streets and they are ripping people from their family while they are in full uniform, masked. People are being kidnapped by masked marauders. And by the way, during the Biden administration, they deported more people. During the Obama administration, they deported more people, but they did it in a humane way. They weren't recording it, and they weren't at the jail. They weren't out here making propaganda videos. They weren't slamming people on the ground. They weren't embedding reporters to come watch them be badass. They didn't co-opt a bunch of white nationalists to come help them. Like imagine being like a person being arrested by an ICE agent, and he's got legitimately like white nationalist tattoos all over their arms. We don't have a problem with illegal immigration. We have a problem with targeting people and treating them inhumanely.
Okay, but don't both of you guys do that to each other?
Dude, shut the fuck up about what are you talking about? Stay on subject. You just made a claim that we don't accept other ideologies. You said we don't accept. You said we don't accept. You said we excuse me. You said we don't accept the ideology that we should deport illegal immigrants. I just explained to you that we are pro deporting people who are here illegally. We are for that. Joe Biden did it. Barack Obama did it. So what ideology are we not accepting of? Cruelty? If it's cruelty, you're right. We're not accepting of cruelty, and I think that's good. Do you think we should be more accepting of cruel behavior?
No.
Okay. So what ideology then?
How do you know?
What ideology, bud?
Every single
what
one
ideology, bud? What ideology are we not accepting of, bud?
I still think that you guys are not accepting of it, period.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. Yeah, well, you're wrong. See, this is the problem with you. This is why I say you're a Trumper. Because you just believe that the things that you're saying right now are legitimately Republican talking points. They're lies that they tell you about us so that you don't notice how crazy what they're doing is. That's how you started this conversation. Everybody's crazy. I got news for you, bud. No, we're not. And America hasn't had two crazy political parties for a while. This started with Donald Trump. He's fucking crazy, dude. He's a crazy person. And he's a fascist. Yes.
Hillary Clinton.
No, it started when Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton. But Hillary Clinton had been involved in many other campaigns, and they were never crazy. Donald Trump is the one. Same with Joe Biden. Joe Biden had been part of many campaigns. They were never crazy. The one thing that the common denominator is Trump. But you guys, you want to play both sides all the time. But the other side's bad. You are a walking Republican talking point. You are educated by Republican talking points. You have no idea what we believe on our side. You just believe what they tell you about us so that you don't care that they're crazy.
Look, I'll give it to you that you got a lot of good talking points.
These aren't talking points. They're not talking points. Have a fucking conversation. Reach down and grab your nuts and have a conversation and be open to the idea that maybe the reason you don't have an answer to any of this is because you don't have an answer to any of this. Maybe that's why you don't have answers. Maybe it's not because I'm prepared. Maybe it's because you get lied to, and when you are confronted with a lie, you brush what I say off as talking points. Maybe I'm just telling you the truth. You're willing to hear people tell you that we don't like or that we're pro illegal immigration. You accepted that talking point with no pushback. But when I tell you, and everybody in the chat tells you that we're not for that, you're like, oh, well, I got to give you credit. You're good at debating. No, you're being lied to, and you don't want to accept that.
Look, I know I'm being lied to. We all are being lied to. Don't you get that?
I'm not. You can't lie to me. You can't lie to me because I just look shit up.
Okay, where do you look it up on the fucking internet? How do you know it's true?
It's easy.
That's some bullshit.
It's easy.
That's some other
it's really easy. Like this morning when Fox News and Donald Trump were telling the story that Gavin Newsom lied about Trump calling him on June 9th, I just looked at, and Trump said, look, here's proof that I called him on June 9th. And the date was June 7th. And I'm like, oh, he's lying because the date is June 7th. Not that hard. And when I look up what Donald Trump's doing, if you want to decide, like if you wanted to know if what Donald Trump does is doing right now is against the law, how would you research that? How would you figure out if Donald Trump moving the National Guard in is against the law?
I would fact check it over multiple resources.
Why do you need why do you need multiple resources? Why don't you just read the law?
Read the law?
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
Look.
Here, do you want me to
read it
show?
over
Watch.
multiple
I'll show.
resources.
You don't need it because the law doesn't need multiple resources. If you're talking about multiple resources, I'll show you.
What law?
I'll pull it up for you. I can't remember the exact number of it. 10 USC 12406. This is what Trump. So Trump sent in the National Guard, right? In 10 USC 12406, the U.S. Code for Armed Forces and National Guard and Federal Service, it says that the president may call in federal members and that he can do these orders through the governors or the states. But the governor said no, and Trump did it anyways. And by the way, the only way that Trump is able to do this is if the United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. We have not been invaded by a foreign nation. So he can't use that as justification. Or there is a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Now, I assume that's going to be his argument, that people protesting...
That's definitely going to be the next argument.
I do believe that's going to be his argument, and it's going to be heard in court. But you can't do that. The next part, number 3, says the president can't do that without working through the governor. And he didn't do that. So he broke the law. I don't need to hear anybody else's opinion. That's the law. I don't need to check 50 fucking sources. I just have to read the law. That's all I have to do. It's pretty plain right there.
Okay. So what did the governor do? What exactly did the governor do to stop all these riots?
Sent the police.
All these
there were no riots. When
there
Donald
were
Trump,
no riots?
No, when Donald Trump said at the point Donald Trump said I'm going to call in the National Guard, there were no riots. There were protests. There were no riots. There weren't people like breaking buildings, breaking cars. All that stuff you've seen, the burning down the Waymos, the police cars that have shit thrown at them, that all happened after Donald Trump said, I'm calling in the military. And all those people should be prosecuted, by the way. Everybody who's destroying property, all of them should be prosecuted. All of them should be arrested. I'm fine with all of that. It doesn't mean that Donald Trump gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's what fascism is. Fascism is when you see the law, you know the law, you have attorney generals and secretary of defenses who are supposed to know the law, and they say, fuck it. And their excuse is, well, in fact, Donald Trump was asked, like, what did Gavin Newsom do wrong? He's like, oh, he was elected. He's incompetent. That's it. Do you see anything in here that says if somebody's elected or is incompetent, the president can just do whatever he wants?
No, but surely if they are incompetent or if they are not fulfilling their duty, they should be removed.
What if they're breaking the law? Then what should happen?
They should also be removed.
Okay, so should Donald Trump be removed then?
Yes.
Okay, so and who removes him? And who removes the president?
The Congress.
Congress. They should file articles of now, just so we can be clear that this for sure isn't fascism. The reason that fascists are able to rise to power is because they control other branches of government, or they control the people who have oversight over them. Donald Trump controls Congress. They're not going to file articles of impeachment. In fact, they're all out there running interference for him right now. They're all out there justifying his use of force. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who would bring articles of impeachment, is on the House floor saying, you know what? He had to do what he had to do. This is why we say it's fascism. The law means dick to these people. They don't give a fuck about the law, ever.
That could be say for anybody, though.
Who?
Give
me an example. Give me an example of Joe Biden. Give me an example of a president breaking the law. Give me an example of it.
Joe Biden breaking the law. How about their whole administration letting in all these people to begin with?
That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That's another lie you've been told. Yeah.
How is it a lie? I see them.
Do you think
everywhere.
Do you think the government is required to follow the law?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you think?
Wait, hold on. I'm just going to explain. This is going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute, but I'm just going to walk you through this. Do you know what you have to do in this country lawfully to ask for asylum? What do you need to do?
Well, I would think you'd have to file for a visa and then wait
Nope.
like
Nope.
3-4 years.
The
before you
law,
could finally
the law as written says that if you are seeking asylum, you just need to set foot on U.S. soil and declare to an official that you are seeking asylum, at which point you are entitled to a hearing to determine whether or not your asylum claim will be granted. Almost everybody that came in during the Biden administration came here looking for asylum. Now, is it fair? No, they claimed asylum. Whether it's not.
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
They
so just hear me out here. So the government is handcuffed by the law. So if the law says that all you have to do to have a hearing for asylum is come to the United States and ask for asylum, then Joe Biden, by law, is required to let those people in. So when Republicans advocate that Joe Biden should have done something else, they are advocating that he should have been a dictator, that he should have ignored the laws, and he should have taken control as the executive branch. He didn't have the power to do that. In fact, Congress needed to change the law, and Congress tried to change the law. All the members of the Senate agreed to change the law, and the Republicans in the House said, we want Donald Trump to win the election. He needs to campaign on a broken border, so we're not going to fix this. So they never changed the law. So Joe Biden kept the law. And you don't like the law, and that's fine. I don't like the law either. We should change it. But Joe Biden was so not a fascist that even when the law was ridiculous, and even though it was letting in millions of people, Joe Biden took his oath to the Constitution seriously and did not override the Constitution because he felt like it was the right thing to do. That's the difference between these two presidents.
If they were handcuffed to letting them in, okay, but why were they busing them and paying for them?
They weren't.
All over the country.
That was a lie.
How
busing them all
it's
over the
really
country?
on
Well, the people busing them all over the country, a lot of that was Texas. Texas chose to use their own money to bus people out of the state. Some of that happened, I believe, in Florida, too. I think even Florida used some of their money to take people out of Texas and move them to sanctuary cities. But that's states' rights. Like, states are allowed to do whatever they want. Like, they can spend their money on that.
I'm not talking about states paying for buses to remove them out of the country. I'm talking
Not
about
out of the country. They were removing them to other parts of the country.
Well, yeah, out of the state,
Yeah.
not out of the country. But I'm talking about the Biden administration paying them to go to these sanctuary states to begin with, and for these corporations to hire them for cheap labor costs.
These people mostly weren't working. I don't know what you're talking about. Most of these people on asylum, like once you've been granted, or once you're here on an asylum claim, if you want to work, you have to apply for, I don't know if it's a work visa or if it's some other thing. Then you have to apply. That can take up to like 90 days. Most of the time, it takes over a year. So any of these asylum seekers that worked, it's because they went through the proper channels, the legal channels, or they were hired illegally.
Well, I think they were, because there was a lot of proof in Oklahoma.
Okay, so
that
maybe
they
we should
were
fix.
hired
So then
illegally.
maybe we should have fixed the asylum laws so we don't run into that, right?
Yeah, we definitely should.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, but Republicans didn't want to change the laws because they wanted Trump to campaign on it, so they didn't change the law. They had the opportunity. No,
I don't know about that.
Well, there's a Senate bill that was written by the most conservative member of the Senate from Oklahoma. I'm spacing on his name. I can see he's a redheaded guy. They'll tell you in the chat. He co-authored a bill to try and fix the border and try and limit the amount of people that. In fact, at the time when they wrote the bill, James Langford's his name. At the time they wrote the bill, on average at our U.S. border, 8,000 people were coming across a day. And in James Langford's bill, they closed that number to 5,000. So about 3,000 less than were coming over every day is what they capped it at. And if on a 7-day rolling average, you had more than 5,000 people coming over the border, it shut down the border completely and 0 people could come in. So it would have lowered the amount of people coming every day by 3,000. And because that number would have stayed over 5,000 for more than 7 days, we would have closed the border under that bill. It would have been closed for months. Nobody would have been able to come over. And it would redirect funds and issue new funds to pay to speed up the asylum process, to make it easier to file asylum claims and remove, because like 95% of people who apply for asylum aren't granted asylum and they're sent back. So we would have got through this a lot quicker. But Republicans in the House killed the bill. They decided not to. In fact, what Republicans asked for from the Senate, they're like, "Hey, we'll do we want a border bill." And the Democrats were like, "Well, we want to make sure that Ukraine gets funded." So Republicans said, "All right, put a bill together that gives us the funding for Ukraine and the border. Put it together, send it back to us, and we'll sign it." When the bill came back and it was a border bill and the Ukrainian bill, the Republicans chose to separate them, not vote on the border bill, and instead vote to fund Ukraine. So Trump's out there campaigning about a broken border that Republicans at the time shelved the bill to fix, and was also campaigning on, why are we giving all this money to Ukraine? While Republicans in the House who shelved the bill voted to fund Ukraine. They just lie all the fucking time. And it's crazy. Like, this is why it's so difficult. Because when I told the last guest that everything he believed was a lie, I meant it. They lie to you about everything. They don't want the border to be lied
to.
What's that?
How do you know you're not being lied to? You're a Democrat.
I read the bill. I know I'm actually listen, I have voted for Democrat. Historically, I was a Republican. I'm still a registered Republican, but that's just because of like the primary system in my state. I live in a heavily Republican district, so if I want to vote in primaries that matter, I'm going to vote in the Republican primary. But yeah, like I read the bill. I read the Langford bill. I covered it ad nauseum. James Langford has come out and said, like, yeah, here's what the bill was. But what the other sick thing that Republicans did is when that bill came out and everybody's like, wait, why didn't you pass the bill? What they said was, this bill allows 5,000 people in a day. They didn't tell the truth, that it lowered the number from 8,000 to 5,000, and that it would shut down the border completely if for 7 days in a row you had 5,000 people. They just lied about what was in the bill. Why? Because Donald Trump knew that the only way he was going to get everybody to ignore the fact that his first administration wasn't that good and he's a criminal is to scare you guys into thinking we were being invaded by foreign aliens who were coming here to eat your pets and brutalize your family. And if we fixed the border, he wouldn't be able to campaign on that fear anymore. So he shut it down so that he could run on a campaign of fear. And all of you, everybody that voted for him, it was just like, oh, we have to. These Democrats are insane. They want to let in 5,000 people a day. They're insane. They just lied, dude. They just lied. I don't know. What are you guys getting out of it? What are Republicans getting out of this? Is it more affordable to live in America? No. Is your health care more affordable? No. Are your cars more affordable? No. Are your groceries more affordable? No. Is housing more affordable? No. Have they introduced any legislation to address any of that? No. What have they done? Cut taxes for rich people. But because they keep you guys focused on trans people and immigrants, none of you guys know what's really going on.
Okay, but isn't that what the Democrats are focused on too?
What?
Weren't the Democrats also focused on immigrants and trans people?
No.
Yeah?
No,
Yeah,
there's you won't find legislation that like pushes anything. Like the only legislation that's come through from Democrats about trans people is like equal protection amendments, where like if there are certain things that you can't harass people about, like their gender, their ethnicity, their religion, if you can't harass people for that, then you also can't harass trans people for using their preferred pronouns. So any legislation you saw was just adding protections that everybody else had to trans people. The people who were legislating about trans people were mostly Republicans. Like I grew up in Utah. They passed a bill banning trans athletes from competitive or from high school sports. They had 0 trans athletes in the whole state. They banned nobody. They spent their time in Congress to ban nobody.
Probably because it's caused so many problems.
It's only caused problems because Republicans are hysterical and they get worked up into a frenzy, and they're told that like that trans people are going to hurt them, and there's virtually no evidence that trans people hurt people.
Well, that's not exactly the case. I think a lot of fear mongering goes a lot into it. But here's
I agree with that. I agree with that part.
Most people actually feel.
What?
Most people actually feel like they don't care. None of this stuff actually matters to them.
Yeah, but that's what.
They're
But
trans
yes,
or whatever.
Yes, but why do every Republican conversation I ever have talks like if you read the chat, my chat every day is filled with people talking about trans people every day, and I agree with you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect you at all. But they spend most of their time talking about it.
it doesn't matter. But I also think that, look, why are they so prevalent on being protected of whether they're called they, them, or her? Why does it even matter? They're obviously
because there is a right to self-identify in this country, and you have a right to believe, and you have a right to be, and that right should be protected. Do you think do you think people should be allowed to wear a cross around their neck and identify as a Christian?
Yeah, but people
why can a Christian legally identify and be protected by identifying as a Christian, but a trans person can't be protected for identifying as trans?
Because it's not religion. It's not a religion.
Why is religion protected over identity?
Because the freedom to worship a religion. That's the whole point of being in a free country.
Yeah, but you also have the freedom of speech and you have the freedom to identify, right? Okay, so
exactly.
why are Republicans trying to take that right away from trans people?
All right, they're not trying to take away.
Yes, they are. They banned trans people from playing sports in multiple states.
Dude,
what do you think? What would you think if we banned Christians from playing sports? Would that be okay?
I wouldn't care. I'm an atheist.
So you wouldn't. Okay, well, I disagree. I think Christians should be protected, even though I think their entire belief system is silly. I think they should be protected, and I think they have every right to not be harassed about their religion. Do you agree with that?
Yes, but people.
Okay, so why shouldn't trans people also be protected from being harassed?
They are protected.
No, in a lot of states they're not. In a lot of states they're not.
How is they not?
California.
What do you mean protected?
Because there are people who are legitimately, like Texas and Idaho, have written laws that say you cannot identify as trans. It is not a protected status, meaning that if somebody consistently harasses you by misgendering you, that is not protected.
That is not harassment, dude.
That is harassment. It is. What is harassment? Do we want to look up what harassment is?
I don't know. How about intentionally trying to harm somebody? Harassment
is aggressive.
Biological gender is not harassment. It's
yes, it
biological.
is. No. Wait, hold on. It's not. I think you misunderstand what harassment is. For example, I can call you a girl if I want to. Okay, yeah, I can misgender you. Hold on. Relax while I explain how harassment works. I can misgender you if I want. But if you ask me to stop and I keep misgendering you and I go where you are in public and I keep misgendering you and I do it in school or I do it in a court or I do it in a government building, you can turn around and I can be charged with harassment because it was targeted and it was consistent. The same protection that you have should be applied to trans people. That's it. That's the whole fucking argument. Human beings should all have the same rights. And if you have rights that trans people don't have, trans people should have those rights.
Hold on now. Do you see how that could be misguided into arresting somebody for accidentally?
No, harassment is incredibly difficult to prove in court. Incredibly difficult. And by the way, you wouldn't be arrested for that. Most likely, you would be charged with that. It would be either a civil complaint or a criminal complaint, but like most likely you're not going to be arrested for that. If you were, it would probably be you being extremely disorderly and you were causing like a problem publicly. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, however you want to do it, like anything that's protected should be protected for everybody. If you want to say that you can't, like, I can't go and I can't harass a Jewish person because of their religion. But I think that religion's silly. Hey, what's up?
Okay, just pause real quick. I have to do my announcement thing. Sorry, guys. Just give me a second. Just want to remind everybody, we wrap up the show in about 40 minutes. So we need to make a bigger day. I know RTP hasn't updated the number in a minute, the total, but we still need to knock out that gift goal. If you haven't subscribed, please do that. And also check out our link tree for the other social media platforms that we're on to check us out there. And I don't know if you saw, we got banned on TikTok.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
So, all right, bye.
All right, bye.
Go ahead. You got banned on TikTok?
I get banned on TikTok every day.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
How do you get banned on TikTok?
I don't know. I don't know what this one was. I didn't even see it. Anyways, I mean, I think we can move on, but I do think you should be open to the idea that this both sidesism thing is a lie. Historically, it's been kind of true. It's not true right now. It's not a both sidesism thing. One side is just completely disregarding the law over and over. Like there's more injunctions against Trump than any president in history, and in like 3 months. And they'll have you believe that it's some sort of like big conspiracy cabal. No, the guy's just a criminal. He's been a criminal his whole life. He doesn't care about the Constitution. Congress does whatever he says. And he's legit. Like, this is fascism. We're in it. We're doing fascism right now. And if we can't get people like you who consider yourself independent to wake the fuck up, we're just going to have fascism. I don't know if you know like how quickly this could turn into fascism. Let me give you an example. Like Seattle, Chicago, San Francisco, LA, Dallas, New York, and DC, all right now. There are protests being staged, and Trump is claiming he's going to deploy the military to all of those cities. Now, if one of those cities were to get violent and people started fighting against the military, and maybe you start seeing like, which I think we both could agree, like there's some crazy people out there. There's going to be some people who want to hurt members of the National Guard or the police. And if that escalates into violence, Donald Trump can declare martial law. And at that point, Donald Trump is king. There are no more elections. There's no more constitution. It's suspended. And we would need Congress to override that. And Congress is beholden to Trump. What's standing between us right now and a total dictatorship is Congress. Because I think you and I both know that if these protests turn violent and it's the National Guard versus the people, Trump will declare martial law. And then our Constitution is suspended. That's how close we are right now to no longer having democracy.
So why doesn't somebody explain that to these protesters? Do they not understand that or something?
Wait, why?
Do they want this?
Why
do
are
they want this to turn
why
violent?
why are you blaming the protesters?
Dude, they're literally
this is
attacking the police.
this is the prop. They're not. Nobody has attacked the police yet. They've went after their cars. Yeah, look, we haven't had the type of violence that would lead to martial law. But this is the problem with our whole country, and I think this is crazy. And I hope you listen to this legitimately. There is one person who is so crazy and so brazen that he would do something that nobody else has done. And your response to me pointing out that Donald Trump will use any excuse for martial law is, well, guys, maybe you ought to do what he says. Your response, it is. That was you said did anybody tell the protesters? Your initial response was to blame the protesters.
Yes, they are giving him the perfect reason to do that. Yes,
why
I'm
aren't you
blaming
talking about him? Why was your first thought? Because you know what everybody else knows. He's a fucking psycho. He's a fucking psycho. He is an absolute unhinged fucking lunatic wannabe dictator, and you all know it. You all know goddamn well. You all know don't play whataboutism. Don't run from this. Don't play whataboutism. Stick with this. You know he will declare martial law. You fucking know it, and you want to blame everybody but him. I don't know how America went from like, we're going to fight off England to all of us dudes are going to sit in the cuck chair and watch Donald Trump fuck the country. And maybe we'll take our dick out and celebrate it. How did we become cucked to an 80-year-old guy who wakes up every day, paints his face orange, puts a mop over his head, puts in his catheter, shits his pants, goes out to a press conference, makes no fucking sense, and then you're like, yeah, well, you know, really people ought to just listen to what he has to say. Maybe we don't listen to a crazy person anymore. What about that? What if we stop that?
I've been listening to crazy people for the past 8 years.
Who's crazy?
Who's crazy? Let me name.
By the way, Trump was president for 4 of those last 8 years, by the way. I don't know. And Republicans held Congress for the last 2 years before that. or the House, excuse me.
Yes,
Yeah. No,
Dude,
you know what you just did?
years
You know
old,
what you just did?
senile.
You just played whataboutism with a recycled talking point. You're just a Trumper. Why are you so afraid to admit it?
because I'm not.
Okay, well,
And I'm not afraid
let's
to
talk.
admit it if I
Let's
am.
talk about psychos then. Let's talk about it. Were there riots
think
when
that
Joe
he's
Biden
not-
when Joe Biden was president? When Joe Biden was president, were there riots?
No.
Yes.
That's a great fucking
Wrong.
point.
Wrong. The answer is yes.
a great point.
No, it's not. You're wrong. There were
Where?
riots
Where were there riots? Where?
all over the country, many times.
I have not seen a single fucking news, or I have not seen anything about riots when Joe Biden was president.
All right.
I've seen protests, but I have not seen. no
Well,
fucking
yeah, sure. Were
riots.
there violent protests then?
No.
No, there weren't.
No, maybe that one January 6th where that one guy.
No, you're wrong about.
assaulted-
No, you're wrong. You're wrong about that. It's crazy. There were multiple. We could pull up a list of examples. Were there riots during Trump's first administration?
I don't know. Would you consider all those people
The
violent riots?
BLM, yeah. And you
People crying in the street?
Remember Minneapolis? Remember Minneapolis during the BLM protests, and people started like burning down buildings. Do you remember that?
But that was for BLM. That wasn't against Trump.
I didn't say protesting. It's goddamn, dude. You are a Trumper. You make everything about Trump. This is crazy. Dude,
No,
I didn't
because
say
it's not
Trump.
relatable.
I didn't say
It's
Trump.
not relatable.
The people in LA aren't protesting against Trump either.
They are protesting against his fucking government the same way you are protesting against.
That's what the BLM
Christ.
protests were about. The
No,
BLM
they
protests
were-
were about police brutality. The government
Yeah,
being
police brutality.
brutalizing citizens.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
has
and guess
nothing to
what?
do-
And guess what? Tim Walz called in the National Guard. The governor. They did it the right way.
I actually like Tim Walz.
I
He's
bet.
a good guy.
Okay, so just stick with me. Just be like a little bit open-minded for a second.
I'm trying to
Those
be, but you're being
those
very
protests
confrontational.
those protests had violence. There was real destruction, and Tim Walz called in the National Guard. None of that happened in LA. None of those things. We're not burning down buildings. They're not breaking into government offices. Like none of the stuff that happened in Minneapolis was happening in LA. And then Trump calls in the National Guard and it escalates. And that's exactly what Gavin Newsom told him. Don't call the National Guard. It will escalate the situation. And Trump said, fuck you. And he did it anyways. And he broke the law to do it. I just don't get it, man. Like, do you think like 5 years from now, when there's like, if Trump declares martial law, how are you going to feel 5 years from now when there's not elections anymore? Let's just say it happens. I'm not predicting it happens, but let's just say it does. Are you going to feel good about that?
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. If 5 years from now Trump takes over the government, I'm not going to be like all of these other people out here that just complain about it on the internet. I'm going to fucking go out and do something about it.
What are you going to do?
Whatever the fuck I can.
So you
do.
think if the government oversteps their bounds and the federal
We have the
Hold on,
right
I just want to make
as
sure.
Americans.
Hold on. I just want to make sure. You're saying that if the federal government oversteps their bounds and they take away your right, like your state's rights, and they say like we're just in charge now, no more democracy. I don't care what you guys voted for. We're doing whatever we want. Then you would fight, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's what's happening in Los Angeles because they voted to be a sanctuary city, which means that they voted to not have law enforcement participate with the federal police. And so they are currently fighting for their rights that they voted for, that local law enforcement does not help federal law enforcement with ICE raids. They voted for that. And Trump is saying, I don't give a fuck what you voted for. I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to use the federal government. I'm going to be tyrannical, and I'm going to go against the will of your voters because I won an election.
Well,
and
you
you're
also
not,
have to
wait, just out of curiosity, are you planning on going to LA to stand with the people who are having their rights trampled on right now?
Dude, I could barely afford to get to work.
Okay, so
Fuck
you,
no.
but later you'll just in that other scenario where your rights are being trampled, you'll have money. You won't have work. You won't have work that day.
Right. They're not trampling.
If they trample
the
on
majority.
anybody's rights, that's the difference between us. I believe that if the federal government is trampling on anybody's rights, that it's an attack on all of us, and that we should stand up and we should fight against that.
Well, all I can tell you is from what I'm seeing, they're not trampling on citizens' rights. It's illegals. From what I see, all the only people rioting there are illegals.
Dude,
From what I see,
how could you? Okay, listen. I'm not going to call you racist because I'm sure that you, like, in your heart you're not. But I want to point out that what you just said is that you see videos of brown people and you assume and you assumed that they were well. How did you assume that those people were illegal then?
I don't know, maybe because all the fucking Mexican flags and Brazilian flags, they weren't American flags.
Why would that make them illegal?
Gee, I don't know. If I came from another country and I hated the country that I moved into, maybe I would take my own flag from my own country to represent where I came from.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're familiar. I don't know if you're familiar. I've got some people I really care about in my life that are Brazilian. Come World Cup time, they're going to be flying that Brazilian flag. A lot of times they're wearing. They'll wear Brazilian apparel. They'll fly a Brazilian flag. You just saw a bunch of people who don't look like you, and you assumed that they were here illegally. This is the danger, and this is why Trump's. Hold on. This is why. Excuse me. This is why Trump is able to do this. This is why Trump is able to violate the law, because you're looking at brown people differently than you look at white people, and you have decided that because
don't you put that shit on me.
Well, then you don't say dumb shit. Then don't say dumb fucking shit like I watched a video. Then don't say dumb shit like I watched a video of people holding the flags from other countries who are brown and I assumed that they were illegal. You said the dumb shit, not me. I didn't say it.
It's not fucking common sense.
It's not common sense. No, that's not common sense. That's dumb racist shit. That's dumb redneck MAGA shit. That's low IQ, no thought of your own. I'm racist but don't want to admit it type of shit. That is fourth grade thinking. Use your fucking brain, dude. Why were they, if they were all illegal, why wasn't ICE arresting them?
That's a great fucking
question.
Because
they probably aren't, right? Right, because they probably aren't. Because I don't know if you know this about Los Angeles. I live in Arizona. The legal population of Arizona is 30% Hispanic. 30%. And they fly flags. They fly whatever the fuck flag they want. I live in Arizona where most of the people that live here aren't from here. So in my neighborhood, if I walk up the street, I'm going to see a Minnesota flag. I'm going to see a flag from South Dakota. I'm going to see a Canadian flag. I'm going to see flags from all over the place. And all of these people are here. And all of these people are here legally. I never assume that they're here illegally because I think through things.
Jesus Christ. Can I have a moment?
Yeah, go ahead. Dude, you've been on here for like an hour. I've given you a lot of time.
So if you're going to a protest about immigration and they're taking away illegal immigrants, do you think it's a good idea to go when you know that they're targeting you specifically to go with a foreign flag?
They're not illegal. What do you mean wait, if they're not illegal, then they're not being targeted, are they?
That's true.
You're still assuming that they're illegal. After all this, you still think everybody protesting is illegal. We just laid that. You're like, no, I'm not racist. But hold on. Let me double down on this real quick. Would you go there as an illegal immigrant and fly your illegal immigrant flag?
Oh, Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Oh is right. We went through that whole thing and then you doubled down on it?
If I was an illegal immigrant, okay, for number one, I wouldn't be putting myself at risk protesting, and I surely wouldn't be flying a national flag.
You still are doing it? Why are you assuming they are illegal immigrants?
Because why wouldn't they be? They're fighting for their right to stay there. Of course, they got to be some illegals.
They're not fighting for their right to stay there. They're fighting for their right that they voted for to not have their law enforcement work with ICE. That's the protest is about them. As a sanctuary city, which they voted for, which they're allowed to do, which is constitutionally okay, they're saying our police should not be helping federal law enforcement. That's what this protest is about.
Yeah, that's part of it.
That's what it's about. You just get lied to by Republicans because they're not going to tell you what the protest is about. They're going to tell you to be scared. They're just going to fill you full of fear all day, every day. To the point where you, who apparently has like Hispanic family, is looking at a TV screen and you're like, oh, those people have the Mexican flag must be illegal. They filled you full of so much hatred and vitriol towards immigrants that you think everybody there is illegal. And by the way, did it ever occur to you that maybe some of us don't want people to be treated inhumanely, and that's might be why we protest? Even if the government is doing things that are within the law, if they are doing it with cruelty, I'm going to protest. What's wrong with that? That's a First Amendment right. That's the role of the citizenry. We are supposed to stand up to our government, and when they do things that we don't like, we get to protest, we get to assemble, we get to use our speech. Why is it that the Republicans are so hell-bent on like squashing speech? Sounds pretty fascist to me.
I don't recall that ever being.
Don't recall that ever. Excuse me. Are we revoking? Are we revoking people's visas right now for saying free Palestine?
Well, they sure that
Are we-
visas.
are
they're
we
not
revo-
even citizens?
I didn't say citizens.
I know you didn't. So
See the problem here? You are 100% comfortable with the government mistreating people if they don't have citizenship. And so you don't care about the First Amendment. You're cool with the government silencing speech. By the way, that same government is trying to force Harvard to hire more conservatives. Do you think the government should force Harvard? But the anti-DEI people, now they're saying you're going to force Harvard to hire more conservatives?
Well, I haven't heard.
Is that hypocrite? Is that hypocrite? Well, watch the Senate hearings, my friend. Linda McMahon just testified to that.
They're trying to force Harvard into hiring more Republicans, specifically Republicans.
Yep.
How? They can't.
Oh, they think they can.
They can't force any private.
Well, what they're
institution to hire
doing is they're telling Harvard is that they will cut all funding to Harvard unless they do it, and they'll cut student visas. They're threatening Harvard with their power. They're threatening Harvard to hire more people with their ideology.
Well, what did Harvard do? Did they do something to provoke that?
No, you know what?
Were they not hired?
No, here's the truth.
Were they not doing that to begin with, or something?
No,
why would they just do that?
Now, here's the truth about like conservatism. It is all fear. And when you are forced to coexist with other people who come from other places, who have different ideas, you just wind up being more progressive because you view people face to face as human. And suddenly the beliefs that everybody scared you about, like when you meet somebody who's Muslim and you're like, they're all jihadists. And then you meet them and you become friends with them and you're like, oh, wait. And then you go to school and there's a whole Muslim community and they're all just nice. You're like, oh, shit. I think I was maybe just like bigoted. That's why have you ever wondered why no big cities are red? Have you ever wondered that? There's no big city in this country that is a red city. Why is that?
Because they're not poor, probably.
No, because people come together. Big cities have like a lot of diversity. And when you're surrounded by diversity, you recognize that like maybe your beliefs aren't the most important thing in the world and that those people who have different beliefs than you also have rights. That's why education is largely progressive. Conservatism is literally anti-science, anti-progress, anti-new ideas. And so colleges who need to stay on the cutting edge and they are filled with like a very diverse pool of students, they become more progressive. I grew up in Utah, where at BYU, where my parents taught, and they used to be like they basically only brought Mormon kids in, which was all white. And then they decided to use it as a missionary tool, and they focused on bringing in students from out of state or other countries to the point where even like Mormons in Utah, you had to have like way better grades to get into BYU if you were from Utah than if you were from like Montana. And they wanted more diversity. And then what happened? The school got more progressive as they brought in more diverse viewpoints. They changed they used to have a thing called the honor code where like you can't drink coffee, you can't drink alcohol, you can't have sex. And if anybody saw you doing any of those things, they could tattle on you to the school and the school would kick you out. They had to change that rule. Now you can't tattle on each other. It's just a true honor code. You can self-report any of those things, but nobody's allowed to tattle on you. Why? Because it got more diverse. And then the school started, all of a sudden the school added things like African American studies. And it started teaching more scientific stuff. And it started, they changed their honor code, because it used to be if you were gay, you couldn't walk down the street holding hands with your partner. And they had to change that rule, that now you could be affectionate toward your partner if you were gay. Why? Because the pool got more diverse. The real problem that we have here in America is conservatives are isolated. They don't branch out. They don't accept new ideas. They don't think about new ideas. They're isolated, and when they feel like their ideology is not prominent anymore, they just enclose and they start calling everybody else Satanists and globalists and Marxists and communists. And what that does historically, always, every time you have a group that like insulates itself, they become fascist. They become dictatorial. It always happens. It creates a power vacuum. And
well, you can't say fascism is bad when communism is equally worse.
Well, can I tell you a secret about communism? Want to hear a secret about communism? So fascism is not an ideology, first of all. Fascism is a result of like condensed power. So like different, like you could have like a fascist who claims they're a communist. You could have a fascist who claims they're capitalist. Fascism can it can go across a broad range. But communism, actual communism, if you lived in a communist state, it would be hypothetical. Communists don't believe in government. There's in a true communist society, there's no government, there's no currency, and there's no class system.
Right, but there's never a true communist country, is there?
Bingo.
Because they usually
That's
always
the point.
resort
That's the point. And so when you see something like Mao, for example, Mao's a good example of this. Mao was a communist, and it was a populist movement. People wanted more communism because they feel like it's a more fair system. But Mao wound up killing a bunch of his opponents because he viewed this idea of like expanding communism as such a moral ideal that it was worth stripping the rights away from other people. And so they did that. But you could do the same thing with capitalism and fascism. Right now, we live in a country where the right is comfortable taking away the rights of certain people because they believe their vision is more important than the rights of certain people. That's like the dictatorship. Maybe we should use the word dictatorship. Maybe that would be more comfortable. But we're slow rolling into a dictatorship right now. And everybody else in the world sees it. Every other foreign leader is very nervous right now because they've seen it all before. They've seen this exact playbook. And when the government starts using their own military against their own people, that's always a sign that like it's arrived. And I think maybe in America we're fortunate that the person that we're rallying around is a fucking idiot, so we might be okay. But I mean that's like the one saving grace is that Trump is like functionally illiterate. He's just an idiot.
I'm holding out for somebody that's more lower class, that's more down to earth with us regular people to run for president. Somebody
like Kamala Harris,
Oh God! No,
oh yeah,
no, dude. No, she is not.
She was raised in poverty by a single mother. She was. She grew up in her mom got it. She was raised by a single parent. Her mom got a better job, but she lived in Oakland. If you know anything about Oakland and you know like and San Francisco and where Kamala Harris grew up, those were originally like government housing. That was the poor area. And she grew up and she got good grades and she went through school and then she went to law school and then she won public office and she won public office in San Francisco by connecting with everyday people. That's how she won that election. And then she won an election she was so good at her job that they voted her attorney general. And then she was so good at attorney general that the people of California made her one of 2 senators in the 4th largest economy in the world. And she was so good as a senator that she got chosen as VP. And meanwhile, the choice was somebody who was entirely self-made versus Donald Trump, who inherited $350 million, went to private school, got kicked out of private school, had to be sent to military school, got into, despite dog shit grades, got into really good universities because his dad had money, bankrupted a bunch of companies. And when those two were pitted against each other, what did the Republicans do? They started lying. They're like, oh, she slept her way to the top. They just went full straight sexist. But she's far less privileged than I am. I didn't grow up wealthy, but I grew up with more than she had. She is the everyday American. She came from
Look,
nothing. She worked in every branch of government. She rose through the ranks. And the only reason you don't think that is because you've been told that Kamala Harris is not like us. I would bet that let's take a guess. You tell me why you don't like Kamala Harris, and I'm just gonna guess that whatever you say next isn't true. So go ahead. Tell me why Kamala Harris isn't like one of us.
Well, I don't know about her past or history, whatever. I don't care. All I know is that she was caught in a lie.
What lie?
Straightforward.
What lie?
What do you mean, what lie?
What
Talking
lie?
about we don't have military stationed in foreign countries. Talking about
No. Wait. That's not what she said. Quote her correctly. Wait. Hold on. Quote her correctly, because that wasn't a lie.
What do you mean, quote her correctly? She said that we did not have units
Active.
stationed.
I think it was like active duty in a war zone. In a war zone.
Right. So
where
do you think?
Where did we have troops in active duty troops in a war zone?
Afghanistan.
We did?
There's troops still stationed in Afghanistan and Iraq, I believe.
When did we pull out of Afghanistan?
I don't have the exact date.
Would you be surprised to know that when she made that quote, we had pulled out of Afghanistan? She said there is not one member of the United States military who is on active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world. So in order for her statement to be a lie, you would have to have active duty members of the military, so this can't be private contractors, who are in a combat zone, which means a place where there is combat in a war zone.
Well, there were some saying they were.
Yeah, they were lying. They were lying. In 2024, because in 2024, we didn't have any troops in active combat zones in war zones. So what's the other lie that you told? Then you said she wasn't black. Now I'm concerned that you might be racist.
Well, how is she black when I have black people that tell me she's Indian? Both of her parents are Indian.
No, her father is black. He's Jamaican. Her father was black. Her father is black. Her mother is Indian. She is biracial. Bro, what the fuck? And the other thing is like, this is a crazy thing. This is what I think is why I say you're a Trumper. Name one thing Trump lied about.
Well, he definitely lied about January 6th. He's lied.
Okay,
about
so why is that like it's okay for him? First of all, the two things you said Kamala Harris lied about, she didn't lie about. She told the truth about both of them.
I'm saying is
no. Not all you're saying. Address it. Man to man, address the fact that you just said she lied about something and you have no idea if she lied or not. You just heard that she lied, right?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, what she lied? But you think they were lies. They weren't lies. Those are accurate statements. Both of that statement is accurate. Well, then look it up. That's why I asked you, did we have any active members of the military in a combat zone in a war zone in 2024? The answer is no, we didn't. But Republicans love to lie. Republicans took that. They literally ran with that quote and they're like, she's saying we don't have active members of the military? No, we do. They're not in countries where there's problems? No, they are. She was specific with her wording. And the reason she was specific with that wording is Trump kept saying that Biden was creating new wars, which he wasn't. In fact, Biden, for the first time in my life or your life, we weren't in an active war under Biden. Under Trump, we were in an active war. Under Obama, we were under an active war. Under Bush, we were in an active war. That's the first time in our life we weren't in an active war. And Trump said that, so Kamala corrected the record, and then they just were like, no, she's lying, and you bought it. Because you are functionally, you're a Trumper. You seem to believe what the right says always, and you never believe what the left says.
No, I look at it on both sides.
No, you don't. No, you didn't look at this on both sides. No. Stop saying that you look on it on both sides. You don't. Everything we've brought up so far, you don't know the left's position. You have no idea what our position is on any issue. You do not look from both sides. That's a lie.
No, I listen to your talking points, and I listen to other people's talking points from your side and from the other side.
Who told you that? Who on our side told you that we were in an active combat zone? Who on our side told you that we were pro illegal immigration? Because you said earlier we're pro illegal immigration, so I'd like to know so I can have a chat with them. Who on our side is
Kamala Harris and Biden was pro immigration.
Why did Kamala Harris go to Mexico and why did Kamala Harris go to Mexico and tell everybody not to come? Why did she negotiate the Northern Triangle Agreement to curb illegal immigration? Why, if they were pro illegal immigration, why were they deporting so many people?
Dude, didn't they do that like right before Trump got elected?
They were deporting people they were deporting people the entire administration.
Then why didn't they lead with that? Why weren't they showing that? Why weren't they like out there with that?
Why? Because it's a tricky situation. When you campaign against Donald Trump or Republicans, you have to make a choice. And your choice is whether you're going to spend your entire time combating the fucking lies that Republicans tell over and over and over again, or if you're going to try and sell America on a different vision. But the problem that we have is that Donald Trump lies about everything. So it's really hard to talk to Republicans because, like I said, and I think we've proven, you've been here like an hour, everything Republicans believe is an actual lie. Everything. And so it takes an incredible amount of time and energy and effort to talk to you guys and get you to the point where you're back in reality. And you're nowhere near reality, bud. Everything you've said so far has been wrong.
Well, the whole point of the matter is that it's going to be very difficult for y'all to get anybody that's a Republican on your side because you allow yourselves to be lied to, and instead of finding out what we believe, you listen to liars tell you what we believe, and I think it's just like it's apparent. We all know what this is. Everybody knows exactly what this is. You guys are low information, high confidence people, and you're lazy. Republicans are what's wrong with this country. Republicans are lazy. They are thin-skinned. They love cancel culture. They love big government. They are fiscally irresponsible. Everything that they tell you they are, they're the opposite. And so, yeah, it's pretty fucking hard to convince you guys to stop being lazy liars and fucking do something and be honest, because it's easy to be a lazy liar. So, yeah, we are up against it. We are up against it, and it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. But the lie is you guys saying that the reason that you win elections is because you tell the truth. The truth is the reason you win elections is because most of you are lazy and uneducated. All right. Most southern states are uneducated. That's truth. You want to know why? Because most southern states live in poverty. Most people in southern states are poor. All right. We don't have anything, but
why are you poor? Yeah, why are you poor?
I don't know, because our states
because you guys have tax incentives that favor the rich, and all of your tax structures. We have low taxes in Mississippi. Yeah, and 8 people have all the fucking money. We have low corporate taxes. Look at all these businesses moving to Mississippi. Why do you think they're moving to Mississippi? Because it's cheap labor. Same reason they moved manufacturing to China. It's cheap labor, and they can keep all the money because you guys don't tax them. So they take it. Red states just open up, and they're like, red state governors and legislators are like, hey, come take advantage of our people. Give us some kickbacks. You guys are going to make a fucking fortune here.
But dude, listen, most people that voted for Trump again, now, the liberals did win a lot of people when voting Biden. That's how Biden got in the first place.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine we ran a more qualified candidate than Joe Biden, and a black woman did worse. I wonder what that could have been.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. You're right.
Times were so horrible during the 4 years. Now, I'm not blaming anybody just for the sense of argument, okay? I'm just going to leave it at that. But you cannot deny the fact that times were so horrible.
What was so horrible? I can deny that fact.
I don't know. COVID, prices of groceries.
COVID started under Trump.
Yes, it did, and it got progressively worse through Biden.
It got better. What are you talking about? It ended under Biden. What the fuck are you talking about?
COVID ended under Biden, but I'm talking about the harshness of our living conditions got
What
worse.
got
I'm not
worse?
blaming anybody.
What got worse
But
for
I'm
you?
just saying,
What got worse for you?
well, how about this? The prices of groceries went up.
Why
I'm
did the
talking
price of
hor-
Why did the price of groceries go up?
Because of inflation.
Why did we have inflation?
Hold on. What?
Pissed all over my floor and my chair.
Why is she in there?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ. You're this fucking guy.
Why did inflation go up? Why did inflation go up?
Well, I'm guessing inflation went up.
You don't know?
Because
You don't
people
know?
stopped. There weren't enough people to fill these positions.
No,
and people had to stay home.
inflation went up because there was a global pandemic that disrupted supply chains and shut down businesses and shut down agriculture. And so it made the prevalence of goods less. It's basic supply and demand. There was a high demand and there was less goods, which is the same reason, like, while prices were going up for things like groceries, prices for gas was going down. Why did the price of gas go down? Because less people were driving, because people were staying at home. So the supply went up and the demand went down. This is basic, like, supply side economics. The reason prices went up is because the whole world shut down. So blaming Joe Biden or Donald Trump for that is fucking stupid. It was out of
Exactly.
Okay, so wait. So then, but you blamed Joe Biden. You said that you just said that the reason Trump won is because things got so bad under Biden.
No, I'm saying
That's what you
because
just said.
Biden was in office at that time. Look, that's not what I meant to say.
What do you
okay?
mean? So are you? Well, maybe we are saying the same thing. America thought because Joe Biden was president, they were going to vote for somebody new because times were tough, and that's my point. America is full of lazy, uneducated people. Because if you voted for Trump because inflation got high, you fundamentally don't understand inflation or economics, like basic economics 101. And that's because we have a shitty education system and nobody knows how economics work. Like that is like the basics of economics, supply side economics. Is that inflation went up because we didn't have access to the same stuff we did before and supply chains were disrupted. So yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of people voted for Trump because they don't know what the fuck they're looking at. Because America is a dumb, lazy, rich country. And we're full, and ironically, there are like tons, millions and millions of effectively poor people in this country who believe that because our country is rich, we are rich, and so we can't do anything to help them because that will, for some reason, will like bring us down a peg. People will vote against their own interest so that America has the most money, which is crazy. We're a really dumb country. Other countries laugh at us because of how dumb we are. I
have to admit that most people in America are really dumb.
Which is why if you didn't know Donald Trump or Kamala Harris and you were forced to blind vote and I gave you Kamala Harris's resume and I gave you Donald Trump's resume and nobody was able to know, she would have won with like 90% of the vote. She had it. Her resume blew his out of the water. There's no corruption. There's no scandal. She's worked in every branch of the government. She works well with every branch of the government. Donald Trump's record is spoon-fed baby, inherited $300 million, lost all that money, bankrupted multiple casinos, bankrupted literally every corporation that he ever started. Then he was saved by being a reality TV star. He was broke, and he made a bunch of money being a reality TV star. And he was so bad with that money and investing that once he entered office, he was $1.8 billion in the hole. And then he left office where he had turned that around. Now he's worth $2 billion, and now he's worth $6 billion. This is a man who has failed upwards dramatically, and that's the plight of America. If you are born into money and you are a rich white man, you can just fail upwards forever. But if you're born into poverty and you work your ass off and you're a black woman, then people will figure out lies to tell about you and instead put up the below mediocre, failing upwards white dude. That's the reality of what happened in America.
Kamala didn't really fail, did she? She didn't become president, but she didn't fail.
I didn't say she failed.
Rich,
I didn't say she failed. She's not that rich. What are you talking about? She's not that rich.
She's richer than most. She's doing pretty good. She's doing
Yeah, I
well
mean,
off.
she had a good government job, a good salary. Yeah, I mean, she's doing well in the same way that everybody else elected to the Senate was doing well.
Yeah, I think the problem is just more so of rich people getting richer and poor people getting poorer.
Then why are you?
Not really a whole
Then why don't we stop voting for Republicans to cut taxes for rich people while taking it out of poor people's pockets? Then how about you vote for people?
Why is it gotta be just Republicans? The Democrats.
Because
do it too.
Republicans are the ones that.
Why wouldn't they?
Because Republicans are the ones that pass that. The tax policy that we're under right now was almost universally objected to by Democrats. We are under Trump's tax policy right now. We were under Trump's tax policy the entire Biden administration. And we're about to cut taxes for rich people again. Yes, we have a problem where the rich get everything they want. Trump has 13 billionaires in his cabinet. Guess how many billionaires there were in the cabinet of Biden and Obama combined? I think the number is 0. I'm pretty sure the number is 0. For 12 years.
There's got to be at least some in there. There ain't no 0 billionaires in the government.
Usually billionaires don't work in the government.
Why wouldn't they?
Because they take a pay cut. So,
maybe because
why
maybe billionaires would go into the government to change laws to make themselves richer. That would make sense to me. Why wouldn't they? If they could, I think they would.
Yeah. And guess what? They found the guy that'll let them do it. And now they're all in on Donald Trump. Do you think it's weird that none of these billionaires came running to him until he won? And then as soon as he won, they start, like, outside of Elon Musk, nobody was giving him money. And as soon as he won, they all gave him money. And now his whole cabinet is billionaires. And what are they doing? What is their priority? They're going to give a tax cut to themselves. But don't worry. They're also arresting immigrants. So that'll help you quite a bit. What do you think is going to happen to the price of, like, agriculture? What do you think is going to happen to the price of lettuce, tomatoes, onions? Do you think when we have less workers, what's going to happen is food is going to rot in the fields. We will have less produce, which means that we will have a higher demand for less produce, and the prices will go up. So while Donald Trump is cutting taxes for his billionaire friends, don't worry about it. He's going to drive your costs up. Oh, and he fucked up the stock market. Oh, and what's he going to do for the people who lost money in the stock market? He announced yesterday he's going to give $1,000 to every newborn for the next 4 years. But that's not really going to the newborn. It's going to go into the stock market. And who's going to decide where that money in the stock market goes? Trump is, and his advisors. And they're going to be able to take billions of dollars and invest it into their friends' companies to raise their stock price. What a deal for you. He's doing so much for all you guys.
The Democrats just let him do that?
We don't have a choice. There's no choice.
How? It's Congress. How do you not have a choice?
Because we don't have enough votes. We're a minority in the Senate and the House.
How do you go from a majority to minority?
By having less people. So under Biden, they had 50 votes, and Kamala Harris was the 51st vote. You lost Joe Manchin, who retired from West Virginia, and the Senate makeup is different now. So now the Senate makeup has Republican majority. The House regained Republican majority in the midterms during Biden's administration, and they maintained control. So the House has Republican control, the Senate has Republican control, and the president obviously is Republican control. But the thing Trump just announced, he didn't even legislate. He's just saying he's just using executive orders. Trump is literally not, like, he's just going around the Congress. He's just deciding that he can do things by executive order. And Congress is supposed to hold him responsible. If he's doing things that are against the law, they're supposed to hold him responsible, but they're not doing it. They're just like, yeah, do whatever you want. We don't really care. Because if they go against him, he runs them out of the party. Can you think of a single Republican who has loudly opposed Donald Trump that didn't get run out of the party?
Who didn't get run out of the party?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What about that guy from Florida? Is he still in the party, or is he out?
Who?
The governor of Florida. I can't remember his name.
Yeah. What happened to him? Yeah. Trump was threatening to primary him, and Trump was threatening to put up somebody to run against him until he endorsed Trump. And now Trump's not going to do it anymore.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Well, what did that happen before or after he got reelected? Because that
Before.
probably would have
It was
been
the primaries. Remember the primaries when everybody was debating in the GOP, except for Trump, who didn't show up for any debates. Ironically, like the criticism of Kamala Harris is there was no primary. Donald Trump didn't even go to any debates. He showed up for no debates. They were all running for the What's that?
He did.
No,
He didn't show up for.
No, he didn't go to a single Republican debate in the Republican primaries. Nikki Haley was running,
okay.
Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis. They were all running, and they all showed up to debates. Not Donald Trump. He just didn't show up, and you guys still voted for him. And he threatened everybody. Like, where's Nikki Haley? She's gone.
Well, that does say a lot. That says a lot about.
Where's Mitt Romney?
Yeah, where the fuck did Mitt Romney? That's a great question.
They ran him out of the party, and then he retired. Where's Justin Amash? Where's Liz Cheney? Where's Adam Kinzinger? Everybody who has ever vocally stood up against Donald Trump, who didn't apologize later and fall in line, got thrown out of the party.
So how come Nancy Pelosi and all them didn't get thrown out? Because they were very vocally against him.
They're not Republicans. They're Democrats.
So how could he could probably do the same thing to them if he really wanted to?
No, he can't. They're in safe districts. He doesn't have enough power to get Democrats. Democrats aren't going to listen to Trump. We don't give a fuck what he says.
So basically, what you're saying is that Trump has manipulated the Republican Party.
Yep.
Into following him religiously. Is that
Yep.
what you're saying?
Yeah. Literally, there are Trump churches now. There are churches who converted from just like a basic Christian church to Trump, and you get kicked out of those churches if you don't support Trump. Legitimately, like religiously is. In fact, ironically enough, that I grew up Mormon, and there in the last 15 years, there's been a pretty big exodus from the Mormon Church as we found out more information that became available on the internet. The number one cause of people leaving the Mormon Church was vaccine mandates. Or not vaccine mandates, actually just vaccines in general, whether or not you should be vaccinated. And the president of the Mormon Church is a heart surgeon. He's a prominent heart surgeon. And he said, you should be, the science says that you should be vaccinated. It's good for you, you should. And because that was at odds with the Republican Party, thousands of people left the Mormon Church. They believe the conspiracy theory of chips in a vaccine more than they believed a guy that they all believe that guy talks to God, and he was a heart surgeon. It is deep. It is the Trump stuff is deeply religious, and it even goes to you. It goes past MAGA. It infiltrates you. It infiltrates our media. Everybody treats Trump differently. This is a screaming toddler who throws a tantrum on Twitter literally every single day. And the media treats him as if he's a regular guy. There's everybody does this. Nobody else in the world acts like Donald Trump. And they treat him like he's just normal. Because they have to.
Okay, that's true. He does tweet and say stupid shit way too much, but I want you to tell me something that you did not agree with Biden, just so that we're on fair.
I hated Biden's I thought Biden's approach to Israel was really fucking stupid. I think Biden cozied up way too much to corporations. And it's my same criticism with Kamala Harris. When she was running, she all of a sudden she called in JP Morgan, and she brought in all these big bankers, and she had a private event where nobody got to hear what she said. I have the same issue with a lot of Democrats, that they cozy up to special interests. I don't think Joe Biden was a great president. I think that he was far too moderate. I think that he is one of those people that licks his finger and checks to see which way the wind's blowing, and then he kind of goes with that. He's like an attempted populist. I disagree with most of probably 50% of the Democratic Party. I am not happy with the Democratic Party. I think it's a garbage party, but at the very least, it's not run exclusively by one person who's a psychopath. You can say whatever you want in our party. We have legitimate Bernie Sanders, a Democratic socialist. He can say whatever he wants. He's incredibly popular. And then you can have somebody like John Fetterman, who is basically a Republican. He can say whatever he wants with no real consequences. But the main difference is Donald Trump is the Republican Party. Donald Trump is the ideology. So no matter what he does, people will defend it, even if it's crazy.
That's right. People have made him their figurehead
Right.
in their party because they respect him that much. Like they love.
I don't think it. Yeah. Why? Why though? But why? What has he done for America? What has he done to make America a better place?
From my understanding, he promised me tax cuts.
You didn't get them, did you?
Well,
you didn't. You didn't get them though. I'm asking what he's done.
What he's done so far?
Yeah.
Well, from my understanding, he closed the border down, so there's not so much people going.
How does that affect you? How does that make your life better?
Well, for number one, there's not illegal immigrants running.
How does that make your life better?
Well, they're not funding them anymore either.
Why are you not answering my question? Do you understand how weird? Like, imagine somebody right now doesn't know anything about American politics, and they're listening to me ask you the same question over and over, how it personally affects you, and you not answering that question. Do you know how? Do you know how? And this is why I say Trump has broken America, because even you, who's like not a Trump loyalist, you're terrified to just be like, you know what? I don't know. I'm asking you how these things affect you.
That's true.
Let me interject, I guess. Hold on. I don't. Do you want to read any of the comments? There's been a lot, or.
We'll finish. We'll finish up. I'll do 5 more minutes, then I gotta go, and then I'll read them all.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Don't you think though that you should be able to like point to something that, if people are going to have this much love for Donald Trump and adoration, don't you think they should be able to point to something that actually affected their life? Because it seems to me what people like about.
You will find that.
So I was talking. Wait, hold on. I didn't hear the first part of that sentence. Start over.
I said, if you talk to somebody that worships him, you will find more reasons. But I don't worship the guy, so I don't know that much about him.
But you just gave me some reasons, and none of those affected you. Like when you say he closed the border, how does that affect you? How does that make your life? In fact, I live in Arizona. The fact that we don't have people willing to come here and work, even like now we can't even get legal immigrants to come here and work. They're afraid.
Well, that's because, like you said, lazy, stupid Americans.
So Donald Trump has made. So Donald Trump made one Arizona, and he has made everything more difficult for Arizona. Life has not gotten better for anybody in Arizona. The real problem that I seem to have here is that people just wanted him to win. So they're now saying like, oh, my life is so much better now. It's not. It's not so much better.
Well, that's why I said people hated Biden and his administration and Kamala Harris because she was affiliated with him so much. So much because of all of the crap that happened with Corona and all of that crap with raising inflation. That they voted him back in.
But we already went through this, and this is why I like when people say, "Here's the truth." I don't think I've never heard a good argument against this. People have bias, implicit bias, things that they don't even understand that they're biased about. Kamala Harris is probably besides Obama, like the most qualified candidate we've had in a very, very long time. And when I ask anybody to tell me what was wrong with her, they cite the same things you did. They cite the open border policy that didn't exist. There was no open border policy. They cite COVID, which she had no control over. They cite that she's a liar. They can't ever tell me what she lied about. The lies that they claim were lies aren't really lies. So what am I left with?
Right,
Let's see if we can just end this like with you being honest. What am I left to assume? That if all of these things people believe about that cause them to not vote for Kamala Harris, if they were willing to accept all of these lies about Kamala Harris, but they won't accept that Trump lost, they won't accept that Trump is a convicted criminal, they won't accept that he was spoon-fed, they won't accept that his team worked with Russia in the first election, they won't accept none of the things that are true about Trump bother them, but they voted for lies about Kamala. If this wasn't about her being a black woman, what's a better excuse for why everybody believed these lies but won't believe the truth about Donald Trump? And one more thing I want to add to that. Joe Biden beat Donald Trump as a white man running on the exact same policy as Kamala Harris, and he beat Donald Trump fairly handily. So if all the things about Kamala were lies and all the things about Trump that we're talking about are true, if it's not because she was a black woman, what's a more sensible answer for why people didn't vote for her?
Probably the white dudes for Harris thing. That was really stupid.
No, that doesn't affect anybody. Again, this is, I think that look, and I'll blame the left for this. I'll try and be as transparent as I possibly can. I think that the accusation of racism is often weaponized. And I think that there are different types of racism, and there are different types of racists. There are the people who march in Charlottesville wearing their hoods, chanting "Jews will not replace us," or chanting the N-word, and those are like obvious racists, where everybody in the world can look and see, oh, that's racist. And then there is racism that is built into our culture, that is built into our religion, that is built into our schools, stuff that we never even think about that is actually racist. We just like it because it's not like jarring. When you see somebody marching with a tiki torch, that's jarring. You have a visceral reaction and you can go, that's obviously racist. I'm not like that. Therefore, I'm not racist. And I think that sometimes people take microaggressions or like inherent racist or like learned racism or behavioral racism that they don't necessarily understand. I think sometimes people on the left are too harsh about that and they want to call everybody a racist. And so it pushes people away. I agree with that. But
glad you said that.
What that leads to is a bunch of people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris based on lies that revolve around racist stereotypes. And I do believe that millions of Americans, without knowing that they are racist, voted for Trump because of racism that they have not addressed.
I don't know, man. I think more people would have voted for him just because she was a woman more than anything.
Yeah, I think they're both there. I think misogyny and racism, true. I think it's both.
More people would rather vote for a man, because male leadership and all that, over a woman.
Exactly. Yes.
I don't think there's going to be a female president in a long time.
Thank you. I mean, just look at Trump.
Nobody wants that.
Trump ran 3 elections. He beat both the women who were far more qualified and far more coherent than Joe Biden. Whatever you think about Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, they were more qualified, they were more articulate, and they were better opponents, like intellectual opponents to Donald Trump. The dumbest out of the 3 won. And he won in record fashion. The two women who were far more qualified, and Trump did the same thing with both of those women. He made up a bunch of lies about them, and they stuck. But when he tried to lie about Biden, none of those lies stuck. None of them stuck. But all the lies he told, and the lies he told about Kamala and Hillary were insane. Like literally, he campaigned on Kamala Harris isn't black. You repeated that. You can look at her dad. Her dad's a real person. You can look at his lineage. He is black. He is from Jamaica. Like, Ed Trump campaigned on that. And even to this point, like people like you are repeating that. We have to address the fact that we are a racist country. And that racism isn't always overt, and we don't always know what we're doing is racist. We don't always know that the reason we're reacting to something is because of bias that we have internally or things we've been shown on the news. I used this example last night. I was raised in Utah. So the only thing I ever saw about black people was like rap music and athletes, and they were constantly being in the news for like, they were dressed what I would say thugs. They were dressed in gang apparels. So I'm like, oh, these black people worship gang culture. Now, I didn't say that, and nobody told me that, but that's all I ever saw. And so I had a very warped view of who black people in this country were. But I was not aware that I was racist. I had no idea that I was racist.
Look.
And I didn't hate black people, right?
You don't have.
But we have to address that in this country. We have to address that we
racist. That's just a perception. That doesn't. You don't hate black people.
Racism is not. This is another problem with our education system. People think racism and hatred are the same thing. Racism.
They are.
They're not. They're not.
You have
they're
to
not.
hate somebody to be
They're not.
racist.
No. No, you don't.
That's why it's called
No,
a hate
you don't.
crime.
No, you don't. You do not.
Dude,
No. Wait, you don't have to hate somebody to be racist.
It it implies, dude. It goes together.
I'm
have
telling
to
you, like,
hate
you're making up a
because there's
definition that's no, it's prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people based on their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group.
So just because if you see that every day,
this what I'm
and you know
talking.
it to
This
be
is
true,
this
it doesn't make
this
it
reaction
makes it true.
this reaction that you're having right now is your side. Now, I already acknowledged that there are people on the left who say everybody is racist and they like everything is racist and everything is hate. I already acknowledged that exists. This reaction that you're having right now is probably a reaction to to the fear of being labeled a racist. And so because people are
It's not a fear.
well, look,
It is
everybody's afraid of being labeled racist. But if we were just more honest about like what racism is functionally, how it exists, I don't think people would care. Right? Like wealth, for example. It is just a fact that people in America, generational wealth in America is disproportionately in favor of white people. Why? Because white people had access to land, to money, to owning businesses long before black people did. Right? And so generational wealth was able to accrue through compound interest. And so even though we don't say that like it's because I hate black people that they are more poor, the system is racist. The system has chosen to favor one race over the other. And that's not an accusation of hate, even though some of the people before might have hated black people. Functionally, it is racist. And we have to be aware of that. And I think that that's what we can look at with this election. And Donald Trump has exposed that America is sexist and they're racist. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, in fact, you mentioned it. You said that like people perceive men to be better leaders. That's sexism. Does that mean you hate women? No. It's just that you have this belief, this held belief that men are better leaders. You are choosing to say that men as a whole just somehow are better leaders. That is sexist. Even if you don't hate women, that is sexist. You see what I mean? Like it doesn't have to accompany hate.
And the way that you say it makes it sexist, not just the statement itself. The statement itself is not sexist, but the way that you say it.
It is. No, the statement is sexist. It is.
No,
Why?
No, it's not.
You don't think that the statement that men are better leaders, that's not sexist?
No.
Why not?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Why not? Because, look, if I say that because I'm a man, I'm a better leader, and this woman who obviously has, a lot more skill than I do, isn't, that sexist. But saying more men are leaders.
But that's not your statement. If your statement was more men are leaders than women, then that's not sexist. That's a statement of fact. But when you say men are better leaders because more of them are leaders, that is sexist, because you have to understand like the history of our country. Women weren't even allowed to vote when this country started. They had to fight for their right to vote. And then you have like societal structures like women should be in the kitchen, women are too emotional, women shouldn't go to war. All of these things compound to the fact like men were leaders because they were the only ones allowed to be leaders. So there were always more men that were leaders because they were allowed to be leaders. And as you undo that, more and more women are leading right now. So some of the most successful countries in the world right now are led by women. Countries that are peaceful, where they have more take-home pay, where their needs are met, where there's less crime. Some of the most Mexico is having a historic turnaround right now under a woman president.
Dude, you're talking about the country with all these drug problems and cartels?
Brother, we have way more drug problems. We have way more drug problems than Mexico.
That's because Mexico.
And we have way more drug problems than Mexico, or gang problems than Mexico.
I don't know about that, dude. The government is literally run by the cartels in Mexico.
Brother, the cartels would not exist in Mexico if they didn't have the United States paying for all the things that they traffic. The reason cartels exist is because of us. It is not it is not Mexico. They are not evil. The cartels exist because Americans pay them a lot of money to exist, to traffic children, to traffic narcotics, to traffic laborers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to do that because the Mexican government doesn't.
Yeah, but
They-
guess
they
what?
don't- they
Guess
can't
what?
do
A lot of
anything
that stuff. Yeah, but that's and all of those issues arose under male leadership, and those issues actually they just nationalized lithium. Crime is going down. The president of Mexico is working with the United States and with local law enforcement. Cartel crime is going down. All of their metrics are getting better right now. After centuries of only men leading Mexico, now we're starting to see improvement in Mexico when they put a woman in charge. It's getting better in Mexico.
Maybe.
Go ask the people in
I don't
Mexico.
think it's quite that simple.
It is. Well, it is. You were making it that simple. You were saying men have always been leaders, so they're better. I'm just giving you examples. There are multiple countries that are led by women, and they are finding success, and they're having more success than we are. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, I've gone way over time, dude. I do need to go. I appreciate this was a good conversation. You're welcome to come back anytime.
Yeah.
Hi, brother.
Same to you, man.
All right. Thanks. Be well. See ya.
Yeah, you too. Later.
All right. Sorry, Jen. I got so many comments to read. Thank you guys for putting up with that. I appreciate it. Soli, thank you for the super chat. Trudy as well. Amy Lynn said, I'm in Washington. We have a town that flies the Norwegian flag and another that flies the German flag. That's I've been there. It's shit. What's it called? It's like north of Wenatchee. What is that town called that flies the German flag? They have like the little village there. I forget what that place is called. It's a cool Leavenworth. There you go. Yeah, it's a cool place. Thank you, Francisco, for the super chat. Charles said for the Gen calendar. Sully said to fund the Gen calendar. I must have missed something. Tony Danza said the Marines answer to the Secretary of the Navy. Yeah, that was bizarre. I didn't know what we were talking about there. The United States Marines was founded on November 10th, 1775. Good. That's what I said. Frankie said, I was beginning to worry about you, Jay. I was beginning to be worried about you, Jay, so I'm contributing to the don't. I don't know if there's a cutoff there. Amy said, Jen's a strong woman. She bows her own language, she mows her own lawn always. Valerie said, this is to ensure we keep Jen. Okay, I read that one. Let me go through what Jen has sent to. Amy said, now Trump let in the most famous Mexican cartel family, saved them from the new women leader. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. They're running. Heather said, for RTP and his handler for educating one mag at a time and educating them again and again, except Pops, who totally won that debate. Trudy, thank you. I think I got that one. Brad said, I hate it when people say age is only a number. Age is clearly a word. That's a good point. Marlene, thank you for the Venmo, and Sandra as well. Robert, Brother Bob, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Same with Melissa. Jamar said, people lying and saying they're not Trump people when they clearly are. It's just sad. I'm beginning to realize like that Trump is like, even the people who aren't Trump people are Trump people because he's hijacked the narrative so well. Like we just don't live in the same reality. Melissa, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Appeal not approved. I'm banned till the 11th on 18 7-day ban for sexual exploitation and gender-based violence. There we go. Fuck off, TikTok. Every fucking day. SJ said, words hit harder than fists here. Keep up the good fight. Did I miss any? Charles said $1 for the train. The rest so Jen doesn't block me. Rachel, thank you. Alyssa, thank you. I read that from Siobhan. And let me check mine real quick. Brianna said, give us an ED ad. You got it. Where is it? Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. That's true. You don't. When your dick doesn't work, you do not have to scream at women. Betsy said, great live today and last night. Thank you. Jamie said, keep fighting the fascists. Swish said, you're so goddamn good at this. Thank you. Susan said, for the goal. And Amber said, for your patience. I think I got them all. Jen, did I miss any?
Probably, but I don't know anything off the top of my head.
How dare you assume I would miss something? Is anybody
I mean,
anybody in the chat? Did I miss yours? I'll look for it. Shout it out in the chat if I missed anybody.
Let's see if I can scan. If you missed any.
So do people want you on the calendar? Is that what I'm
I
hearing?
don't know. It's something that thinks Sully and Charles have started.
Okay.
I did not make that agreement. That was an RTP agreement to do.
Well,
So
I mean, should we listen to the audience? We do say that we are funded by them. We wouldn't exist without them. Maybe we ought to. Maybe. Swish said I also said I love you. Sorry, I left that part out. I don't know. I think maybe we should just listen to the audience.
I mean, I'll just yes on Twitch, just one middle finger. Yeah, I can flip off something in the calendar if you guys want.
There we go. We'll have a Jen month and she can just be an asshole. It'll be good.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Did I miss anything else, Jen? We good?
I don't. I'm scanning to see if you missed anything that I saw. Yeah, if you guys haven't already subscribed, please do that, and also check out the link tree for cameos in our Spotify. If you missed some of it here, we've been getting episodes up each day. So if you guys want to check out, we need to get to like, what is it, 10,000 views or hours of watch on Spotify.
Oh, yeah.
We're still trying to figure out if you guys have any ideas how we could possibly hit that goal. I was trying to figure out different ways that, if people go listen, how many episodes, how else to get there. If you guys have any ideas for that you want to drop something in the Discord, that would be awesome. So Brother Bob just sent a Venmo and said, I support the Jen calendar, not for me, for Charles, Brother Bob.
Good.
But yeah, so if you guys have any ideas, I think we have to hit like 10,000 watch hours or whatever. So whatever it is, but
in 30 days.
In 30 days. So I've been trying to figure out how we can do that. I mean, I think we got 1,400 and something people in the server. I don't know how many people are active, but if we could figure out a way to knock that out, that would be awesome.
Perfect.
So
all right, if you have ideas,
and thanks, Guy, for the super chat.
Oh yeah, and
that's it for me.
Did I read Frankie's? I just saw Frankie's. Did I ever read that? Where did it go?
That's probably the one you missed.
Oh, I read it. I did. I just didn't remember it saying Frankie. And guys, thanks for all you do. That's the one you just read?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time right here on TikTok YouTube and Twitch. Looks like we're fucked on TikTok for a little while. Did Bree, are you in the chat? Did you set up a raid?
Yeah, she's got one. It's getting ready to go.
Okay.
So,
do you know who it is?
James from the internet.
James from the internet. Tell James from the internet. RTP said hi. I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have the greatest summer.